Welcome along to Madera Racing on MAV TV. We're from the fastest 1/3 mile in the west, Madera Speedway in Madera, California, in the Central Valley of California, just north of Fresno at the Madera Fairgrounds. My name is Stephen Blakesley, joined by Outback Andy Foster, and we will have three divisions of racing tonight: the Mini Cups versus the Bandos, the 5150 Junior Late Model Series, and the $5,000 to win Nut Up Pro Late Models for 100 laps of racing. That's right, 200 green flag laps of racing from the fastest 1/3 mile in the west. And we bring in my buddy Outback Andy Foster. Welcome back. It's time for 2021.
Yes, it is, Stephen Blakesley. And for those out there on the YouTube, this is year number 7 of Madera Racing on MAV TV. The first year, for those a little history, 8 30-minute shows. And we went out to the next year where with the junior late models became a part of our program. We went out to 8 one-hour shows for a couple of years, and then we moved it to a 9-race series for each series. So we're out to 18 full-hour shows, plus all the specials, plus all the special events we do at Madera Speedway. So about 30 hours of MAV TV that we do each year. So today, of course, kicking off year number 7. It's great to have you back with us, Kenny Shepard, in his role as director down here, and we'll hear from him over the night occasionally on MAV TV. Through the night, you'll hear us reference that we are coming back from commercial break, going to commercial break, as this footage is what we will be using for MAV TV. So if you hear us saying we're going to commercial break, that is just for MAV TV. Sometimes we do that, as numerous times over the night. Out on the racetrack, Stephen Blakesley, we have some Bandoleros and Mini Cups.
Yeah, just a little bit of hot laps going on right now, it looks like, as we're getting ready for their main events. And what's interesting here is I said main events. There are 2 main events in one here. The Mini Cups, the smaller cars you might be more familiar with if you're part of the northern part of the state at Roseville, Stockton, and here at Madera with 9.5 horsepower. The Bandoleros, the larger cars, more familiar if you're from, Bakersfield, LA, Las Vegas, places like that, 30 horsepower. And we run them together because the speeds are rather comparable. But here's the thing. We have never had a Mini Cup win an overall checkered flag in the Mini Cup Bando. Of course, they race separately. But in any case, it'll be real interesting to see if we can get a Mini Cup to win the overall. And it could happen today. You'll notice we're down 1 Bando already, as looks like Joey Keneally had mechanical problems. So with that, Outback, let's run through who we do have on the racetrack. And the lineup's going to change just a little bit. We'll have a new pole sitter, it looks like.
Yes, it is. I believe the pole sitter now will be the 13, it looks like, of Logan Chambers will now move to the pole. On his outside will be the 37 of Caden Cordova.
And rounding out the Bando is going to be the debutante, the 48 of Connor Karsten. That's a beautiful car. And then we go to the Mini Cup, Sandy.
Yes, we're going to have the new car, the 22 of Callan Keller. That is Carl Keller's younger brother. And Stephen Blakesley, tell us about the guy that has been setting the pace in practice. And you can't miss this day-glow green, yellow type car.
Well, that would be our track photographer, Jason Wiedehayes' son, Sam, behind the wheel of car number 3. Like many of our drivers, start at Good Times QMA, the 1/20th mile quarter midget track on the back straightaway here at Madera. And he'd like to follow in the footsteps of drivers like Joey East and Jesse Love from Good Times, right? So he'll go to work in the Mini Cup, and he's got a tremendous shot to win the overall tonight, Andy. They're picking up the pace, 30 laps of racing. We're underway, Andy.
Yes, we are underway, and the Bandos drive down, and Stephen Blakesley is saying Bando's more a southern region car, although they're more of a national car as well, Stephen Blakesley. They run these big time back in the eastern part of the country as well, and in fact all over the country, the Bandos.
Good start for Caden Cordova, and like in our junior late models, you're going to hear us talk about this a lot. You have a lot of drivers in this series. Nobody in this division has a main event win, Andy. So we're going to get a first-time winner, and Caden Cordova came close last year, had a really good season in the Bandos, second on points. Big moment from the 48 of Karsten. We saw that a lot in qualifying from those 2 cars as well.
Yes, we did. And for the fans out there saying, hey, where is Jeffrey Erickson, the 9-time winner from last year? Well, he's moving up. You'll see him in the next event in the junior late models. And his brother is moving up full-time to the Pro Late Models. So everybody moving up a step, and that's what we do here at Madera Speedway. We start them in the Bandolero Mini Cups, and we move them to the juniors, and then they move from the juniors to the pros. A few of our juniors this year moving up to the pros as we see the 48 car on the screen. That's Connor Carston.
Well, the big story right now is the Mini Cup battle because Kellen Keller is holding off Sam Wiedehase. And that's a bit of a surprise because as I say that, the announcer's curse, Andy.
Yes,
the announcer's curse.
Stephen Blakeslee, and nicely done by the CSM Graphics Keller car. He gets it back going. So
yeah, it's really tough to get these cars going with only 9.5 horsepower, and he's going to pull out right in front of the leaders, and his race is essentially done because he's going to lose a lap here. And that means that the very on-the-edge Wiedehase can put his head down and try to reel in this guy. The 37 of Caden Cordova. Again, it's kind of an endurance race for these young drivers. 30 of the fastest 1/3 miles in the West. We've run 6 of them so far.
Yes, we have. And, of course, Wiedehase, who were talking about him, Stephen Blakeslee says, on the edge. This kid has been on the edge since day one of practice. I've been here for both practices this year, and he is about to make a move on that 48 right behind this enthralling battle between Caden Cordova and the new guy, Logan Chambers. That's a good battle, and I tell you what, Wiedehase was putting up for a fight for third as well.
Great battle going on for the lead here down the front straightaway as the 13 of Logan Chambers comes to us with a third-place finish at Kern last year. A couple Bakersfield guys here. Caden Cordova second in the points here last year. So some guys with a little bit of experience but looking for that breakthrough victory. Cordova coming out of mini dwarfs and Chambers coming out of go-karts. And either way, they both came out of cars that did not have suspensions, and these cars do not have suspensions either. And so they bounce around the track here, Andy.
Some great vision from our camera guys out of turn number 2. Caden Cordova was seesawing on that wheel, Stephen Blakeslee. Wow, that was a lot of work for him getting out of turn 2, and he knows he's got that 13 car right behind him. So let's see. We haven't seen much of the Wiedehase battle with the 48.
Yeah, Wiedehase making a move there. Whoa, and it's off. We got wrecks both ends of the track here. The 48 of Karsten was awfully sideways, but at the front of the field, the 13 and the 37, we see Cordova in the infield, and that means that Sam Wiedehase is in the second position now, and we have stayed green. Cordova rejoins the field, and that means the 13 of Logan Chambers here on lap number 12 is well ahead of Sam Wiedehase and well ahead of the field as our leading bando.
Yeah, he is, but I tell you what, Wiedehase is driven away. He is driven away from that 48 of Karsten. So Wiedehase doing a good job. And like I say, he comes from the quarter midget background. Didn't do a lot of quarter midget years. He was only done a couple of years over there, young Sam. But I tell you what, great driver. And like you said, on the edge. He has been on the edge every lap in this Mini Cup during the practice sessions. And he may, in fact, Stephen Blakeslee, I have to look at the race monitor time here in a minute, he may be closing down our race leader, Logan Chambers.
Well, we're coming up on halfway at the line, 15 down, 15 to go, and Chambers' lead over Sam Wiedehase as he comes across the line is 3.1 seconds. So he is knocking off about a tenth a lap, but he would need a lot of laps to knock off 3 seconds. As there's a good look at that bright green number 3 of Sam Wiedehase trying to get the Mini Cup win here at Madera and join the long list of successful Mini Cup winners and champions here at Madera, such as Tyler Reif, Adam Lemke, Cale McClenny. That's a pretty good roster of drivers,
Now,
Andy.
you know where that car came from, right?
I do not.
Okay. You just mentioned the driver's name that drove that car just before in the sentence of champions that have driven the car. That is the Adam Lemke car.
Well, that was a good-looking car.
In fact, the Lemkes still own that car. They have Wiedehase driving it for him. So Wiedehase doing a good job. Young Sammy, tell you what, that's certainly the Lemke car. I talked to his dad last week, and he said, that's the Adam Lemke car.
Yeah, well, when Lemke had that car, it was a silver paint scheme that you really couldn't miss, and now we've got the lime green, and they are dealing with a little bit of lap traffic.
2.2, Stephen, 2.2.
Well, and the reason that the gap has shrunk to 2.2 seconds as they were dealing with the 22 car of Kellen Keller, putting him a second lap down for the Las Vegas youngster. And so those are your top 2 mini cups, but the 22 is
Yellow's
2 laps
out.
in arrears.
Yellow is out. Cordova is around.
Yep, that'll be a second spin for Cordova, but the first one that'll be caution counting. And we get a reprieve here on lap number 19. And, with 11 to go, and Wiedehays was kind of matching Chambers lap by lap on lap times. Can he continue that? They were both in the 17.9s. With 11 laps to go, can Wiedehays find a way to get around Chambers and become the first Mini Cup winner?
Well, we'll see. Jason Wiedehays, his dad, is down there in a blue shirt. You may pick him up every now and again on turn 4, and he was actually shooting pictures of the 37 of Cordova that had spun. Looked up at must have caught in his eye the yellow light, and quickly panned his head around to see where his son Sammy was when he saw the yellow come on.
Want to say hello to our viewers on the live stream. A reminder that this is the first of 3 main events tonight. We'll have the 5150 Junior late models and the Nut Up Pro late models. This is all being broadcasted live here on YouTube. Thanks to our sponsors, Nut Up, Mission Foods, 5150 805 Beer, and Tape Delayed on MAV TV. Now, by the way, our next MAV TV telecast is Monday, 4 p.m. Pacific, channel 214 on DirecTV. It's the season finale of last year's Pro Late Models. Round number 9 will air on MAV TV on Monday. Looking forward to that. So you may have noticed that the contact earlier between the 13 of Logan Chambers, the 37 of Caden Cordova, under this caution, they have elected to penalize Logan Chambers for that contact. It's pretty rare that a leader spins from a race and the race stays green. So normally we go yellow, we can immediately deal with the problem. But Cordova did a great job, a very sportsmanlike job, to allow the race to stay green. And so we retroactively applied the caution. That means we're going to get our third different leader of this race, Andy. On lap 19, the 48 of Connor Karsten will bring him back to green. Might be one to go at the stripe here.
Yeah, Connor Karsten will bring him back to the green. One thing, though, for the 13 of Chambers, that restart came at a good time for him because they've put him to the back of the Bandoleros, but had the race have stayed clean and green all the way, he may have got relegated to the rear of the field. So he still has a chance to, A, take the win in this race, and B, maybe move up a position or whichever. So that's a good thing for the 13 that the guy that he spun out, Cordova, actually did him a favor by spinning all on his own down in a nice right turn.
Well, and you may notice that the 3 of Sam Wiedehays is kind of hanging back a little bit. And the way we're doing the starts and restarts, we have tried to keep the mini cups and the bandos separate because the mini cups just really don't get off the line. They don't have the horsepower. And we had some calamity in the first season when we mixed them together. So Wiedehays has the speed to contend for the overall, but he's settling for the mini cup win as he's about a bus length back from this trio of bandos. 11 to go, Andy.
Yes, he is. And Sammy actually, here we go, trouble. The 48 got loose in the turn.
They have been loose all race.
Yep. So the 48 of Karsten got super loose. That allows Cordova to get back to lead. Now, from a spin to a win, possibly here, Stephen Lacey, or two spins through this race.
Whoa.
But look at Sammy Wiedehays. Smart move by him. About halfway down.
And the 48 loops it. Everyone is very on edge. We saw the 3 of Wiedehays make a tremendous save out of turn 4. Now we see the 48 of Connor Karsten spin around, but we're going to stay green. And, well, just like that, all of a sudden, the 37 of Caden Cordova is right back anchoring the ship here on lap number 20. And he's trying to set sail and go for the victory here and try to steal the bounty here at Madera.
Yes, he is. I like what Sammy did on the restart, though, Stephen, how he broke away from the car that was beside him, the Keller car, broke away and started to speed up, going down almost into turn
momentum.
3. Yeah, momentum, exactly. So he got some momentum up and caught up to those Bandolero cars.
Well, Sam Wiedehays just ran the fastest lap of the main event, and I mean of all cars on the racetrack. He is on a mission. Yep. And he is running down your leaders. In fact, the last time around, as we're side by side for the lead, Cordova going the wrong way. Here comes Logan Chambers.
Yes, Chambers now to the inside of Cordova. So yellow is out, and I presume...
Oh, and it's the 22 of Keller, and that's going to nullify that pass for the lead by Logan Chambers. We'll go back to lap number 23, and we're going to have a 7-lap shootout here at Madera Speedway. It's the Mini Cups versus the Bandoleros.
Yeah, some great action. Of course, these the new drivers, young Keller, one of the new drivers to our Bandoleros. Sammy Wiedehays has put in a good race. We've seen Sammy, like say, put in a few spins running this car right on the edge. And Sammy's been trying to do that to try and find out where the furthest he can go with this car. I think maybe they spoke to him before the main event, said, look, just back it down just that little bit and finish the event.
Well, this has been quite dynamic. All three bandos have traded the lead. Cordova spun from the lead, came back, took the lead back on lap 20, surrendered it back with a bit of a bobble through 3 and 4 on lap 22, give it up on lap 23, but then he gives it right back because the caution came out. So it's been very, very back and forth. Cordova in his second year here at Madera, the 13 of Chambers, his second year of bando racing, but his first year here at Madera, and the 48 of Connor Karsten, kind of an unknown, a new face here at Madera, and didn't get a chance to interact with this driver yet in the pits. We had a lot of new faces in the juniors to talk to, and didn't quite make it to the 48 crew, but it's great to see so many new faces here at the fastest 1/3 mile in the West.
Yes, it is, Stephen. It's great to interact with all these. The things are opening up a little. I see a little light at the end of the tunnel. We'll talk about that later on.
Going back to green, Andy.
Yeah, we're going back to the green. Cordova and the 13 of Chambers. These guys have traded positions back and forth all race. So they've traded positions back and forth all race.
Yeah, coming up on 6 to go. That's 2 more miles.
Sammy spins. Sammy spins right in front of Keller.
And it's in the middle of the racetrack. He's trying to right the ship, and he does. Will stay green, and the battle is for the lead. The 13 of Chambers maintaining the back bumper of the 37 of Cordova. Cordova spins all by his lonesome.
Oh, the roof's come off, too, on this car. This time yellow comes out because the roof has parted company with the car. Now, Sammy spun, so that helps Sammy because he can get back to the pack here. Cordova, that roof, you see it there, the fiberglass roof is off. So Caden will bring this car maybe to the attention of the stewards. Yes, he does. It's right down here. The official's going to go and have a look and see if they can either reattach that or should be able to just push it down. Next time, if he has a spin next time, I think it's going to tear off. Looks like the hinge is broken on that 37 car.
And what's amazing is we only got through 1 lap, they're saying. Thought we got through at least 2, but they're saying only 1 as they were kind of coming up to complete that second lap, I guess. And so we're still on lap 24 of this 30-lap main event. And this has been a tumultuous race, Andy, for 3 bandos and 2 mini cups, but they're making it interesting. And safe to say there's a little bit of madness taking place out there, Andy.
Live the madness 5150. Live the madness. Go online, 5150.
Yeah, 5150ltm.com. And want to give a big shout-out to the young lady from 5150 who will be here today. I believe her name is Michelle. Got to meet her, new to the 5150 company, and excited to have her join us in Victory Lane for all of our post-race.
Nut Up, of course. Those famous chopped nuts from Nut Up and the whole nuts. You can get those at your local supermarkets, like you can get them at Food Max,
Save Mart, Lucky.
Yeah, Lucky's.
Anything that's owned by the Save Mart group.
Yep, you can also get them at Costless Foods, any of the stores from Hanford right up to Jackson. Mission Foods. You can buy Mission Foods all over the world. And my friend that's listening online to us from Queensland, Australia, have a chat. have a chat. Lean, hey, good to see you online there. He's my former crew chief and raced in the mechanics races that we used to have back in Australia and drove the car. A good race car driver too. And he's listening online with some other people in Australia, and you can get those awesome Mission products. I know every Taco Tuesday at my house we have those great street tacos that we make up with some canitas or some pollo.
Well,
for those that don't understand Australia, that was chicken. Pollo, yeah.
And I'm all about the whole wheat tortillas, and
Yes.
I had a couple of whole wheat burritos today for lunch at the racetrack. My wife packed me some. So
I like the flavored tortilla chips from Mission as well. So here we go. On a mission is the driver in the 13 car, Logan Chambers. He will start on the pole line. The 48, which is Connor Carsten and Caden Cordova. Now, Caden Cordova, something went wrong there.
Well, that car's that car's the T-top now, like a Bammer car. The T-top there in the third spot as we're coming up on just 5 laps remaining in what has been a pretty wild race here for the Bandos. And Logan Chambers trying to put this one in the bag and say see you later and get his first win.
For any of the Sammy Wiedehayes fans, he is about to come into picture here. He was flying now.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He has spun it around.
He's feeding that thing.
The car is there. Hold on to it, Sammy. Yeah, the adaptive integration car, that Mustang.
Well, he's feeding that thing handfuls of steering wheel, which is interesting because you don't really do that in the quarter midgets either. So not sure where he picked that up from, but it hasn't really worked out for him. But clearly the speed is there, and he will find the handle on that 3 car sooner rather than later, as he still does lead the Mini Cup portion of this event, I do believe, as they're coming up quickly to put a lap on Wiedehayes.
It's Keller now that would be the leader, possibly.
Looks like they've propelled Keller all the way to the lead lap through all this. So you're correct. Keller has taken over the lead of the Mini Cup side with that spin. 2 laps remaining for Logan Chambers.
Yeah, look at Wiedehayes, though. Wiedehayes right up there mixing it with the Bandoleros. Hoping for a miracle that Keller might spin or something. White flag is out this time now for the 13 of Logan Chambers. Let's see if he can get the win here. And Wiedehayes is certainly on the ragged edge in that Mini Cup car.
And Logan Chambers, the Bakersfield driver, going to try to work his way through 3 and 4 and pick up his first career Bandolero win. And he does it on MAV TV here from Madera Speedway. How about the 13 of Logan Chambers getting it done here at Madera?
Yes, he does. He gets it done over Connor Carsten, Caden Cordova, Kellen Keller, Sam Wiedehayes, and Joey Keneally, who unfortunately did not complete the event. So congratulations going to Logan Chambers. Stephen Blakesley will go down to Victory Lane and talk to a very happy Logan Chambers. Like to thank everybody for signing in and joining us here on our Madera Speedway live stream, brought to you free by 5150 LTM, also Mission Foods, and of course Nut Up, the sponsors of our Pro Late Model Series. 100 laps of late model racing tonight, full 24 car field. We have a capacity 16 filled in our junior late models. A lot of new drivers now in the junior late models. For anybody that's just tuning in, no one has ever won that is in that field tonight. We're going like a throwback to 2016 when we started the junior late models, and that we have no winners in the field. So whoever wins tonight, and Kirsty Young, very, very fast time in qualifying. And if she could win, that would be the first female that has won in any of our series on MAV TV. So that would be pretty big, as Stephen Blakesley has made his way down to the Victory Lane area down there. Just waiting for our cameraman.
1, 2, 3. And if I can bring you forward.
For our Bando Mini Cup victory lane today, Stephen Blakeslee has found his way down there with a very, very happy Logan Chambers. Stephen.
What an exciting race here for the Mini Cups versus the Bandoleros. We get a first-time winner here at Madera Speedway, Logan Chambers. And just tell me what it means to you to win this race.
Well, I mean, it means a lot because I've always wanted to win one of these races. So.
And tell us who you want to thank.
I want to thank my mom and dad, and then I want to thank Nascimento Racing for the motor. And yeah.
Welcome to Victory Lane, a new face here in 2021. Logan Chambers here in the Mini Cups versus the Bandoleros.
Well, thank you, Stephen Blakeslee, down there in Victory Lane. Interesting, they're thanking the Nascimentos. So the Nascimentos helping Logan Chambers. That is a great team to have behind you as you start your racing career. And said he's always wanted to win one of these events. I guess he's been watching Madera Racing on the YouTube and on MAV TV because we replay some of the Bandoleros and Mini Cups on our MAV TV program. So getting Stephen Blakeslee's getting ready down there now with the second place competitor down there in the Bandoleros. So down there in Victory Lane with second place Connor Carston is Stephen Blakeslee.
Second place finisher, another new face here to Madera Speedway, Connor Carston. And just take us through this race. It had all kinds of ups and downs, didn't it?
It sure did, yeah. Sometimes I overdrew it, sometimes I underdrew it. Yeah, it was quite a race, and I'm really happy to get second place. I thank my mom and dad for this opportunity. Thank Cheeky Designs for this wonderful-looking car, and yeah.
Describe for us what's it like to get to drive a car like this on a track of this size.
Oh, I love it. I love racing down the straightaways, going so fast. I really enjoy racing in these cars.
Well, we enjoyed it from up in the booth. Connor Carston, second place here at Madera.
Speedway, a tri-bank racetrack here at Madera. Stephen Blakeslee's getting ready now with our third place car down there. And that would be Caden Cordova.
Caden Cordova out of Bakersfield rounds out the podium here in our Bandoleros, and very up and down race there. Take us through that race.
It was a very interesting race, and just congrats to those two drivers, and hopefully we can get them next time.
Tell us who you want to thank.
I'd like to thank my sponsors, DJ Safety, Chronic Taco, 111 Inc., MPI, Suburban Delinquent, and my family and friends, and Kiersey Young Racing.
Shaping up to be a rather exciting season for the Bandoleros. Caden Cordova rounds out your podium here at Madera.
As Stephen said in the broadcast, that was a T-top, that Bandolero down there. As we get ready to go down to the drivers in our Mini Cup portion of this event. And what a great event, too. We've seen these young guys that step away and move up a division, and then the younger brother or sister moves in. And the same case down here for the driver from Las Vegas in the 22 car, the brother of Kyle Keller. It is Kellen Keller with Stephen Blakeslee.
A very successful debut here at Madera for Kellen Keller. How does this feel to be a winner in the Mini Cups?
It feels really exciting. I'd like to thank Battleborn Racing, CSM Graphics, and Phil's Fabrication. Also, Keller Motorsports and KKR.
What does racing mean to your family?
A lot. My brother races, and my dad used to race a little while ago.
And now you're the one taking the torch for the Keller family. How about it? Kellen Keller wins the Mini Cup main event here at Madera.
driver. I know he really wanted to go to victory lane and win this. He's been on the ragged edge and had a couple of spins down there. That awesome looking Mustang down there. Down with Stephen Blakeslee is Sam Wiedehayes.
Well, Sam Wiedehayes made this an exciting race here at Madera Speedway for the Mini Cups, and you've spent a lot of time around this racetrack with your dad and also racing back there at Good Times. What did it mean to you to finally get out here in a race at Madera Speedway?
Well, it was a lot of fun. A bit nervous first time out here doing the Mini Cup. It was a lot of fun, definitely.
And tell us who you'd like to thank.
I'd like to thank Print Theory for this awesome swag, Leap for the paint job, Produce Jet, NH3 Plus, and Adaptive Integration for putting this together.
He's got a great looking car, and he's finally out here on the big track at Madera Speedway. Sam Wiedehayes comes home second in the Mini Cups.
Well, what a great event this afternoon. Steve Blakeslee to start 2021 for our Bandoleros Mini Cups. New drivers in victory lane in both the Mini Cups and the Bandoleros. That's a great start for the year. I'm sure we're going to see that running right across our program all year long with our pro late models, our junior late models, and, of course, the combined Bandolero Mini Cups. They will be back for round 2. They are to support every race for our TV series on MAV TV. You can also catch the Bandolero Mini Cup highlights on the junior late model shows as well. So bringing in a bunch new drivers again, which is good, and we'll see some more drivers join these guys a little later on in the year as well. So Bandolero Mini Cup's looking good again at Madera Speedway. I'd like to thank Nut Up. If you want 20% discount, go to Nut Up and type in MAV TV 20. That's all capitals, 20. Go on there, pick yourself up some nice nuts for Easter. Easter right around the corner. So go online to nutup.com. The supporters of our pro late models. You can get those awesome grown almonds from the Central Valley. Look out for them too in your supermarkets. You'll see up on the top right hand the screen. You'll see the whole nuts, the whole flavored nuts. Mine is the sea salt and caramel is the favorite flavor in those flavors. You can also get the chopped nuts. You can find them in the convenience stores as well, corner stores, gas stations. So make sure you support NutUp. Go along nutup.com and is MAV TV 20, all capitals. And you can get yourself a nice basket of NutUp products. Grown in the Central Valley in California, as Stephen Blakeslee often says, we are the bread basket of the nation in the Central Valley of California. Most things that are grown around the world are grown here in the Central Valley with a major supplier to right around the country for food source. So, California grown almonds for the NutUp products. They also have the almond butter as well, which is really good. Remember a couple of years ago, the folks from NutUp came up and they bought up some pretzels and some apple slices, and we were doing a little commercial for them for the almond butter, and you can get that in the grocery stores as well. So look out for the NutUp products. Short break as we get ready now for our 5150 LTM junior late model race tonight, 70 laps, and that will be followed by 100 laps of pro late model racing at the West Coast fastest 1/3 mile. That is Madera Speedway. It's great to be back this year for year number 7 with Kenny Shepard. Kenny and I put together a little deal back in 2014 at the 10,000 to win short track shootout, and then we came back in 2015 with our full MAV TV series for the pro late models. That was 8 30-minute shows on MAV TV, and now we're out to hour every Monday. We get ready. We're going to line up our junior late model. Stephen Blakeslee will join me back in the booth for 70 laps of junior late model racing. will have a first-time winner because they have no winners in the field tonight. No one has ever won a junior late model race here at Madera. So the big thing's coming. Hang around, race fans. Grab yourself a drink at home. Grab yourself a Mission product. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the Madera Speedway live stream, brought to you by 5150 LTM, Mission Foods, and, of course, Nut Up, the sponsors of our pro late models. Getting ready to roll Ethan Nascimento down here, and you notice the American flag from the car. We're going to do a short memorial for one of our friends here at Madera Speedway that suddenly passed away this week. Pat Patnade and Stephen Blakeslee is down there trackside.
Well, this has been a very difficult off-season for Central California racing, and a big loss to our Central Valley racing community this week with the passing of Pat Patnade, who was very heavily involved here at Madera Speedway and at Stockton 99 Speedway, along with a lot of other racing venues. Plus the loss of great folks like Mr. Excitement Anthony Simoni, and even today for the international racing world with the loss of Murray Walker. So we're going to have a tribute lap from the number 21 of Ethan Nascimento and from the entire Nascimento Motorsports team for all the folks that we've lost in the motorsports scene throughout this very challenging off season.
Well, Ethan Nascimento rolls the 21 car back to his number one starting position. Of course, with our junior late models qualifying the top 6. Draw 4 positions, and Ethan draw the ace card, so he draws the number 1 starting position. And this is a driver that we really expect to do big things here at Madera Speedway. Getting ready for the start of our junior late models. I'm going to turn it down trackside to Stephen Blakeslee.
Well, the key number in our 5150 junior late models has been the number 5. On 3 different occasions, our 5150 junior late model champion has won 5 races on the way to that title, including Jesse Love, Joey East, and last year, Bradley Erickson. But guess what? Our 16-car field today contains 0 race wins. That's right, not a single winner in this field. You have to go back to season 1 for the last time we've had a field this wide open. Well, who might add their name to the history books? It could be this driver right behind me, starting on the pole, trying to add to the Nascimento Motorsports legacy, and that's Ethan Nascimento. It could be one of our female drivers hoping to become the first female winner in series history, including Kersey Young, our fast time qualifier in that pink and white number 17 hailing out of Bakersfield. There are drivers from east, west, north, and south, from 10-year-old Tristan McKee all the way to 16-year-old Kyler Berry, and they're ready to battle for 70 laps in the world's first junior late model series. And it's all coming up next only on MAV TV.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for our fans out there that are watching. You'll hear a lot of reference to MAV TV, and we're going to be cutting back and forth with commercial breaks. And that won't be a commercial break with us on the live stream. It's just for TV, because what you're seeing today is what we're recording for MAV TV. So we announce these direct to the film, and then they go back to the production studios for Madera Speedway, and Kenny and the crew there go to work and cut it up into an hour TV show. So you'll hear a lot of references that we're doing going back to commercial break, coming back from commercial break. That is not for the live stream, it's just for MAV TV. What a great field of junior late models. And as Stephen mentioned, not one previous winner. We're resetting to back to the days of 2016. So it's kind of a whole throwback for 2021. We've had 5 years of junior late models, and we're throwing it back to season one with no winners. A couple of drivers that qualified really, really well. Kirsty Young obviously qualifying in the number one position. But qualifying in sixth position today and getting into the field, and we talked about this, Steve, last week with Kenny Shepard and myself. We did, if you were watching that, we did, who do you think are winners? And Kenny went through the names of the drivers, and I was saying winner or they need to step up. And nothing against Kenna Mitchell. I said, Kenna needs to make the next step, and she could be a winner. I said, that was just a driver that I didn't say winner. I just said needs to make the next step to be able to win. Well, Kenna, in fact, did make the next step today, and she has a new crew with that car as well. So Kenna made the next step. Now, when she's made that next step to six in qualifying and qualifying in the top group, now she gives herself a chance to win, and that's the next step what we're talking about. How will Kenna Mitchell going during the race of 70 laps? We'll find out, and we'll know pretty well by the halftime break. But it's a good sign for Kenna Mitchell that she made the next step in qualifying today, and we're sure that she will continue to progress. Kirsty Young, if Kirsty could win, she would be the first female to win on our MAV TV shows, either in the pros or in the junior late models. Now, Kirsty has the most experience pretty much out of all of these drivers out there, and my belief is Kirsty Young needs to strike first. She needs to put that blow down and get the win tonight. She needs to go and stamp her authority on this field, saying, hey, you know, I've been here for a few years now. This is my third year of racing, and I'm here, and I'm going to win. So for Kirsty Young, if she wants to win a championship, I firmly believe she's going to need to win tonight or the next round. She wants to make sure that she wins before all these new drivers figure out Madera Speedway. So they're just some of the points that I see out there of the drivers. And Jacob Smith, one of the new guys, and that's in the powerful Matt Erickson and Rick Erickson prepared machine. Jacob, I expect him as one of our interstate drivers to do big things. He's going to start alongside the front row with Ethan Nascimento when we get going here. So we're going to have a California driver and an out-of-state driver. So it's going to be pretty cool to see Jacob Smith. And there's a bunch of other drivers in the field that will follow their progress through 2021. Getting ready to join me back in the booth is Stephen Blakesy as we get ready to announce the starting lineup for MAV TV and you guys on the World Wide Web. Hey, remember, Short Track TV, we are going to do this all season long, even when we get fans back in the stands, and we'll have some news on that coming down the pipeline. There is, Stephen Blakesy, after all, a glimmer of hope and a glimmer of light down that tunnel that we could possibly have fans back at Madera Speedway, and that may happen as early as the 1st of April. So we're really looking forward to things starting to open back up in California in the coming months. And Stephen just putting his headset back on. Great stand-up down there today, sir.
Thank you.
Just filling in a few points that I'd pointed out, and it was a couple of points I made during qualifying, and that was Kenna Mitchell making the next step. And I believe she did that in qualifying today. Looks a lot better than she has previously. And Kirsty Young, fast time, she needs to stamp her authority and get a win here early in the season and try and get a leapfrog on these new kids that are coming in, because those new kids have a lot of talent.
Yeah, they do, and really looking forward to seeing how this plays out, and really looking forward to getting this thing underway. We've been waiting all off season long. We've been waiting all off season long to, and I got to apologize here. Hold on, folks.
for MAV TV.
All right, we were testing out our new mixer board. They didn't hear a word of what you just said. We had when I'll let the folks in behind the curtain is when we turn off our wireless microphone and we leave that antenna transmitter on the camera downstairs, we get static. So we got a huge pile of static because we needed to turn that antenna off. And while we were doing that, we muted ourselves and forgot to unmute ourselves. But you didn't miss anything because we're about to go racing here. And it sounds like you might have sound coming out of your device there. I can hear it. So we're getting ready to go here for Madera Racing on MAV TV in just a moment.
Yes, welcome back to the booth, sir. I don't know how much they heard of that. We were talking about some of the drivers. Just going to turn down our unit here that we have accidentally somehow activated some sound.
There you go. All right. It's the first race 2021. But once we go racing, all the gremlins will be out of the way, and we'll be buckling up for 70 laps of racing. Want to welcome all of you around the world to MAV TV coverage of Madera Racing. In just a few moments, it'll be starting lineup time.
You just stop? You want me to stop? Because I'm pulling back in.
And we kind of wait for a radio signal from the booth on when we're going to start our lineups. And so we're waiting on a signal for that.
I know this year we have a lot of new equipment out there, race fans too. So Kenny and I were using all of it last week, doing test and tune, and the week before we used some of the parts of the pieces. So back at it. I'd like to thank everybody for joining in. Please let all your friends know. Give us a thumbs up. We want your thumbs. We love your thumbs. We love them when they're up. So give us a big thumbs up. Make sure you tell all your friends that they can tune in on Short Track TV on the wide world web on the old YouTubey there. And you can sign in, tell all your friends, free this year. That's right, free if it's me. And that will be all year long at Madera Speedway. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. I'm Outback Andy. My broadcast partner is back in the booth with me, Stephen Blakesley. It is round number one of the 2021 5150 LTM Junior Late Model Series, the original Late Model Series for juniors on planet Earth. And this year we have an all-new cast with no winners in the field. Let's take a look at the lineup.
Yep, starting on the front row will be the 21E of Ethan Nascimento, the 11 of Idaho's Jacob Smith.
We move to row number two. This Evan McKenna Mitchell and Kirsty Young, all female, row number two.
Yep, your fast time qualifier is Kirsty Young. How about Cody Kimley and Barrett Polhemus of Texas making up row three?
Brody Moore and Holly Clark share row number four.
Row 5, Robbie Keneally with a new car, and 10-year-old Tristan McKee in car 7.
Row number 6, it's Cal McClenny on the inside and Carla Berry on the outside.
How about row number 7, Brody Armtrout and Jeffrey Erickson, the defending Bandolero champion.
The final row is the number 1 at Casey Cash Klein and Carly Ethan Stephen Blakesley. We have 6 in-car cameras with the 23 of Jeffrey Erickson.
And we got the 07 of Cale McClenny.
The number 7 of Tristan McKee.
This will be an exciting camera. The 17 of Kirsty Young, your fast time qualifier.
And both front row cars have cameras. The 11 of Jacob Smith on the outside.
And the 21E of Ethan Nascimento, trying to add to the Nascimento Motorsports legacy here at Madera Speedway. He just participated in that tribute lap for Pat Patnod and Anthony Simone and everyone we've lost in Central Valley Motorsports. The best way to honor those folks is to put on a great race, and that's what the best 10 to 16-year-old drivers on planet Earth are set to do. 16 strong, 70 laps. It's Live the Madness time here at Madera.
Yes, it is. The 40-lap first segment, they'll take a break. You'll see the pit stops and hear from the top 5 drivers. So we get ready, pace building now at turn number 4. It's a pretty good start, too. The leader has to be at the line. The leader at the line, and Nascimento did a great job on that. Here's this 11 car. This car, let's talk about this quickly. Jacob Smith, Stephen Blakesley, fielded by Matt and Rick Erickson. Number 11 car, normally see it as a 42, but This young driver, Jacob Smith, he's certainly going to be a driver to watch for.
Well, we're 3 wide on that speed shot as they sail it out of turn number 2. And up front, the top 2 are nose to tail. Ethan Nascimento led lap number 1. He'll lead lap number 2 as well. It's Nascimento, Jacob Smith, and Kersey Young who have kind of broken free from the rest of the pack, and they're having a big old fight behind him as Jacob Smith doing a great job, the Pro Truck graduate, hanging in there in spot number 2. And there's the battle. How about that 7 ride? Kenna Mitchell in the 4th spot, off to a great start here at Madera.
Yeah, Kenna started in 3rd. She's back there in 4th, but holding out that fast 79 of Barrett Polhemus. I tell you what, that is getting racy back in that pack, Stephen Blakesley. So there's a lot of cars in that pack.
Well, let's talk about the 79 of Barrett Polhemus out of Texas, working with Charlie Wilson, the championship-winning crew chief for Austin Herzog in the 2019 Pro Late Models. So he's got some really quality help on that 79 ride as he's working the outside of Cody Kimley right now. Caution flags are out.
Yes, caution is out. We got 2 cars down there in turn 3. We'll straighten these cars up, get them lined up for the restart when we return on MAV TV.
Well, that's a driver we did not want to see facing the wrong way. The 23 of Jeffrey Erickson, who went 9-0 in our Bandoleros last year, won the Bandolero Championship, joining a great list of drivers who have had success in the Bandos here at Madera, and now he's facing the wrong way in turn 4.
Yes, he is, and they're going to need a push for that car by the looks of it. Not going to start, so unfortunately not a good way for young Erickson to start his junior late model career. Like you say, standout in the Bandoleros, 9 wins last year. Started out of position 14 tonight. But look up front, it is Nascimento. Ethan Nascimento comes by the way of Bandoleros and also the Legend cars as well.
Quickly, the other 2 cars in that crash out back were the 69 of Calderberry, the 19K of Kylie Eath. Looks like they're all pretty much good to go, and we'll stay at the back of the field, and we'll be able to restart here as working our way through 5 of 70. If you've never tuned into Madera Racing on MAV TV, our junior late models, we'll run a 40-lap opening segment. We'll have a break. We'll interview some drivers. The top 5 will get an interview. They'll all get some adjustments, and then that always exciting 30-lap run to the finish. You know, we were doing that before NASCAR started their stages. We were doing stage racing here at Madera from the beginning.
Yes, we were. Stage racing right from the start. It would be normally on our 80-lap races, we'd run a 50-lap for the late models and a 30-lap. For the juniors, we did a 40-30 split. And when we run the hundreds, a lot of times it's a 50-50 split or a 70-30 split. Great racing from our late models. We got a full program tonight for you. We've had the Bandolero Mini Cups and, of course, junior late models and 100 laps of late model racing still to come at the fastest 1/3 mile in the West. It's a tri-banked racetrack sitting right on the edge of Highway 99 in Central California. As I said before, Stephen Blakesley, I'm not sure if the fans heard, as you like to say, the bread basket of the nation. We were talking about that during the Nut Up commercial. If you can grow something, pretty much we grow it in California. So a lot of the produce here in Central California is shipped across the nation, even shipped across the world.
A quick rundown of our running order at the moment. We have Ethan Nascimento leading Jacob Smith, Kersey Young, Kenna Mitchell, the 79 of Barrett Polhemus, 48 Cody Kimley, the 78 of Brody Moore with that rather unconventional-looking car, the 07 of Cale McClenny, 17 of Holly Clark. Had a lot of Holly Clark fans asking where Holly was at. Well, she's in P9 right now. And rounding out your top 10, the 19 of Brody Armtrout. That's your top 10. 16 cars started, 65 laps remaining. We're 2 to go at the line. And the next time around, I'll bring him back for our MAV TV presentation live here on YouTube.
Well, it looks like Nascimento has chosen the inside running position. And we've seen today, pretty much in practice for race fans out there, most of the drivers have been running the inside line. No one has really braved it up high. It looks like it's going to be a catfishing type racetrack tonight, all down low. So here we go as we get ready to bring them back at the line. Stephen will bring them back for MAV TV. You'll hear that over the night, backwards and forwards. as we get ready to go and throw to MAV TV.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, the 5150 LTM Junior Late Models. Ethan Nascimento off to a hot start, leading the way on Idaho's Jacob Smith. That's your front row. Nascimento inside. Jacob Smith outside the fast time qualifier. Kersey Young ranks third. They're picking up the pace through Nice Ride, turn 3, and we're back underway here at Madera.
Yeah, another good start to Jacob Smith. Just staying back from Nascimento. Now here you go for the 17 of Kersey Young. She needs to try and get down. That 11 car does not want it to get to the inside. It did that. Kersey needed to keep that car, and they are starting to slice and dice. Kersey Young, big damage. Got in the back of Nascimento, and there is a crash down there. Looks like the freeway over here at 99 like it did last Saturday.
Not enough patience from the 11 of Jacob Smith on just the 5th lap of the main event. Gets into the back of Ethan Nascimento, and it sure looks like Nascimento's got a lot of problems. Look at how the right rear wheel was sticking out, and, of course, serious problems and a little bit of deja vu to a crash that the one of Keneally was in his first season in the series. We have gone red, and it is a mess and an awful way to start 2021. We'll sort out with our DJ safety crew here for the 5150 Junior Late Models. Welcome back to the Short Track TV live stream here from Madera Racing on MAV TV, round one of the 5150 Junior Late Models. And that LTM stands for Live the Madness. We did a bit of madness there, but what 5150 is really all about is giving back to the community, including this excellent new book and podcast put together by Carlos Vieira.
Yes, it is. He's had some big stars on the podcast as well. Carlos Vieira, and the book, it's a book of inspiration, how to come back from addiction and things like that, and just how to get your life together. Great book, well worth having a read. You can go to kddmediacompany.com and get it, or go to the live stream, or pick it up at any good booksellers, and I think they have it at Amazon. They have it as Amazon as well, so pick that book up. Great book, great inspirational book from Carlos Vieira, and we'll see Carlos a little later on in the Pro Late Models. The guy from 5150 from Livingston, just north of here. He's about 45 minutes north of here.
And so for all that calamity, at the moment we had counted 8 cars that had some involvement in that incident. So far, there's only 2 of them left in the infield, and it's probably the 2 that were the most innocent victims that you feel the worst for. And that's the 21 of Ethan Nascimento, who was the race leader, and our fast time qualifier, the 17 of Kersey Young. And they're still in the infield, where it is all hands on deck on both of those cars.
I noticed Tristan McKee in that Sigma Racing Team car, the driver out of Virginia, a lot of damage to the front of that car as well.
Yeah, we didn't even count that car on our car
list. Cale McClenny was a car that went to the pit area. They did some extensive race tape work, massaging the body back into place.
And the 17 Sia Holly Clark, the hood is gone on that. You get a good look at that new AR body.
Well, they had to remove the hood, Stephen, because the nose cone, the nose cone was dragging when she drove it back to the pit area. So they've just taken the hood off so they can put that race tape through there.
Well, it's a nice test of those brand new AR bodies, and just to see how those new bodies will perform under pressure, and that body seemed to handle this pretty well. The body is actually a bit larger on both the nose cone and the rear of the car, and I think that gave her a bit of a crumple zone, if you will, that might have helped her in this.
Kenny Shepard playing with our lighting here while we get ready. Big wave to everybody. We got the new cameras in the booth this year, so we can give them a wave, and a big hello to the people. Last year we couldn't do that so much, so hello everybody around the world. Good to see you. We hope to have our fans back in the stands soon, so we get to see people live here. We'll be doing these live streams all year for you. It's going to be a great year. Year number 7, Stephen Blakeslee, that we've had here at Madera Speedway, so we're looking forward to this year. Kenny Shepard stepped into his role down there this year as the director in the booth this year, so Kenny will be doing a lot of that. You'll hear him doing some comments as well, and a few stand-ups through the year. So all brand new equipment in the booth this year. So ready to get going.
And one of the things that you get from seeing that view is that we have a great view, and it's part of why our energy level is so high versus if we were just doing this in a studio. The excitement level is sky high when we're here at the track, and sometimes we have to kind of tone it down a little bit, and Kenny has to remind us to settle down. You're going to bring him back for MAV TV.
Yes, I am going to bring him back for MAV TV. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV after the parking lot experience down in 3 and 4. The crews went to work during the commercial break and did a lot of work to those cars. We had a bunch of cars.
About 10 race cars involved. It's a shorter list of who was not involved, and it thrusts a new driver to the top of the board. The 48 of Cody Kimley, who started 5th, will lead him back to green with 5 down, still 65 to go. That's Kimley, Brody Armtrout, and Casey Klein, a new top 3 here at Madera.
Yes, and our pole sitter and also the driver that was fast time, that's the pole sitter, Nascimento and Kersey Young, did not make it back out. Too extensive damage right now to continue.
Ethan has made
it back out. Now, he wasn't when I looked. They just got the car back down on the ground, and here we go, Stephen Blakeslee, new race leader. It is the 48, the Burgeson's car of Cody Kimley.
Well, I think what's kind of interesting is, remember, the crash on lap 5 that led to that restart involved Kylie Eath and Kyler Berry. They're already back up to battling for 4th after being in that wreck on lap 5.
And last time coming out of turn 4, Kyler Berry had the car sideways down the straight. Great view here of the one of Casey Cash.
Yeah, 12-year-old driver out of Quincy, Washington, in the third position right now, trying to run down Brody Armtrout, who's got Roger Bracken working on that race car in the number 19. That's about as good of a crew chief as you're going to get as...
Oh, here we go. Trouble. That's the 19, Carly Eath.
And they kept going, but we do have one car facing the wrong way. It's the 7 of Kenna Mitchell. You can see that just beyond the right arm of Flaggy Frank. And poor Kenna has been in 2 different incidents, both times where she was the last car on the scene just about. So she has been an innocent victim twice. And we are cautioned again on lap number 9 as an excited group of youngsters still duking it out here from Madera Racing on MAV TV. And we had some questions on our live stream about how the 11 ended up where he did on the restart order. Well, he was sent to the rear under yellow, and all the cars in that wreck either were stopped or pitted. And so he was able to restart ahead of quite a few cars because the incident included 11 cars.
Again, because he's going to go to the rear here again.
Yeah, and that's 2, and I wonder how many you can have before you're in
I did see that
trouble.
On the camera down low, got together with a car down there. So the 11, this driver, Jacob Smith, started on the front row.
Yeah, it has not gone well for the Idaho driver. And again, like I said, 2 incidents and getting another consult from CK down there. And you don't want 2 consultations from CK in one course of 9 laps. And we're going red because there is fluid from where I'm kind of unique because everyone's still running, but there's fluid on the track. That's where Kenna Mitchell spun from. And we'll see if Kenna makes the left turn into the infield, and she does. So Kenna with fluid out of the number 7, presumably.
Yeah, we saw them bring that car to the infield during the initial red. They worked on that car of Kenna Mitchell's. And, of course, this year, Matt Eshelman, the championship crew chief for Buddy Shepard. Matt Eshelman has stepped in and is crew chief in that car. They go underneath the hood of that car, trying to look and see if the fluid is in fact coming from that car. May have been a power steering problem. So they're saying water all around.
Oh, and
the
you
racetrack.
can see it glinting on the front straightaway in this shot right in front of the Jeep there. It is all the way around, and this has been a challenging opening 9 laps here for our junior late models. As we talked about in our open, all these drivers are winless in this series, and that's not to take away from their character and their experience level. You've got a lot of very experienced drivers, either in junior late models or from other forms of racing. As you know, Outback, you can't go into this class without some previous experience, without a review of your resume, and these are some very stout drivers, but they're having a bit of a tough go at it here early on at Madera.
Yes, they are. Right now they're having a tough go at it. Cody Kimley, he's liking this at the moment up front. Brody Armtrout, and this is good to see Brody. Brody's worked his way today up to the front. I'm looking where Brody started out at 13. Finds himself in second. So through some luck and some great driving from Brody Armtrout, he finds himself in a great position. So too Casey Cash, too. Casey Cash started out of 15th and finds his way up in the 4th spot. But look at the driver in 5th, Stephen Blakeslee. The driver in 5th has had this car super sideways, loose out of turn 4. I caught it off camera, which I shouldn't be. I should be looking at the monitor here, but it caught it offline. Unfortunately, it's where my eyesight was. And, in fact, even on the camera I caught it at one stage. He had that car sideways off the turn and pointing across towards the infield. Unless the driver would have spun that car around.
Well, I got a story about that with Barrett Polhemus in the 79. Is he comes from the dirt background, where he told me that it was, to him, a very difficult concept. When you're sideways on a dirt track, you want to let it slide. And he said his mindset was always to try to save it, and it hurt him on the dirt. And he said, coming to the pavement now, if I get a little out of shape, I can try to gather it up, and it fits my driving style a lot more. And so it's unique for you to say that he was throwing it sideways like a dirt car, because he was telling me pavement seems to be more his forte, as we're working on our cameras a little bit there in turn number 1. And 79 Barrett Polhemus trying to work the dirt out of his system in the 79.
That's cool. Ethan, now, let's talk about Ethan. I had mentioned in the broadcast that Ethan was not making the start. I looked down there, and they still had that car jacked up. They got that car down lightning fast, and he rocketed off through the infield to join the back of the pack. Well, he's made his way back out there and starting to make his way in front of these cars. So Ethan moving through, and they have, in fact, Stephen Blakeslee sent Jacob Smith to the rear for the second time tonight. So he would, I believe, be on his final warning. One more infraction will send him to the infield for the rest of the night.
So Kenna Mitchell is rejoining the field, Andy, and with that, after all we've gone through, it tells you a lot about the quality of these teams and how well built these cars are. We still have 15 of our 16 starters on the race course. The only car out is Kersey Young. So it might have seemed like a bit of a demolition derby at times, but we still got all but one.
Yeah, it was that one parking lot experience down there in turns 3 and 4.
Still a little fender bender, I guess.
Yeah, they're all meeting down there to maybe have a meeting about going to the Hampton Inn and maybe talking about the stop-tech brakes on their car. Those that had stop-tech brakes were able to stop. Those that didn't piled into the accident. But, great racing so far. Let's talk about these cars, the difference between these and our Pro Late Models for the juniors.
Not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot. It's a carburetor spacer, so there's a spacer on the carburetor, and a rev chip, limiting them to 6,000 RPM. Otherwise, they are identical cars to the Pro Late Models, run identical tires, everything else. So we get ready to bring these cars back for MAV TV.
Well, that was something we talked with Joe Fari at Sigma Performance about, is it's kind of like an investment. You can invest in one of these cars for your young driver, and with it being so similar to your Pro Late, you can make it last for several years. And we're going to bring him back for MAV TV.
Welcome back to season number 6, race 1 of our 5150 LTM Junior Late Models, the original Junior Late Model Series on the planet Earth. And we find ourselves with the 48 car as our race leader right now, Cody Kimberly, and he will bring them to the green with Brody Armtrout on his outside. Pace building now at a turn number 4, and that is a great restart for our junior late models.
Well, we talked about nobody in this field has a win. Neither of our front row led a single lap last year here at Madera, and that changes now as the 48 of Cody Kimberly trying to drive away and lead a lap, and he's going to lead lap number 11 here at Madera.
And how about Casey Cash? Casey Cash now to the inside of Armstrong. They'll drag race down the back of Madera Speedway into turn number 3. That's the nice right turn number 3 down there. And Casey Cash fixing now to go to second place on the racetrack. That's some great racing from our junior late models team. We have about 6 cars. It's 2x2 for 3 rows back here on the racetrack as they are trying to run down Cody Cumley.
Yeah, rather interesting to see this kind of side-by-side racing this early on. They're racing very aggressively. Casey Klein holding on the bottom. A lot of drivers figured the bottom was just a little bit better here today in this early part of the season. They haven't really worked in the outside yet. Bit of sparks coming off the bottom of Casey Klein's car. Big move up the inside by the 79 of Barrett Polhemus.
Yeah, and a big move was coming from McClenny, too. We saw McClenny down there. McClenny was up high. He was behind Armtrout. Quickly drove to the inside, tried to make it 3 wide with Kyler Berry, but that wasn't going to happen. And unfortunately for Armtrout, he's got hung out to dry, Stephen Blakeslee, gone from second place on the outside. He's gone right back to 6th position on the racetrack right now.
Back to 6th. He found a hole to get between McClenny and the 78 of Brody Moore. And he'll file in line there in the Fiddler on the Roof car. There's the 07 of Cale McClenny, our Mini Cup champion from 2 years ago with a new and improved car. That's his brother Cabe's junior late model from last year. I mean, that was the car that ran 5th in the points last year, so it's a pretty good piece. And right now he runs 5th, and it looks like Ethan Nascimento and Holly Clark may have gotten together. It looks like Clark's
Holly
spinning.
stopped down there.
Not sure if she had help, but Nascimento was near there. And Clark is kind of stuck right there, I think, from the front end being dug in. And we go caution again, 14 down, still 26 to the break here from Madera Racing on MAV TV.
Yeah, Holly, you'll need to be careful doing that because, well, she's going to go to the rear anyway, but they can penalize you a lap and if you don't get going.
Yeah, but that was a spin, so I think that will be okay. It's more about if you stop and you're just kind of facing the right way. That was driver's door exposed for Holly Clark. And they're going to rank us through lap number 16 here, 24 to the break.
Well, I think Cody Gimley's going to pick the inside come the restart. That's going to put Casey Cash to the outside. And this is a more racy Casey Cash this year, Steve Blasey. Nascimento is pulling up down here, and it appears as though Nascimento is in fact being sent to the back. So that's kind of a hint what happened down there with Holly Clark.
Yeah, and I think Nascimento, he's probably getting pretty tired of running at the back, not where he expected to be as the pole sitter, and they're working on getting the field around Holly Clark here, and they will, and we'll get this thing back underway in the 5150 Junior Late Models.
You know what they say, Stephen Blakeslee, cautions breed cautions, and we had that a little while ago. Hey, remember, make sure you give us a like, the thumbs up. We love your thumbs. Give them a likes up, and share this as well, and make sure you go over there and hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button, and you'll hear all about the upcoming broadcast from Madera Speedway. Even when we get fans back in the stands, and we'll talk about that really quickly, it does appear, as the Mission Food sign is on, that we've gone to break.
No, I think he wants us to talk about Mission Foods.
Okay, Mission Foods, awesome tortillas, great street tacos, some great, you want to make a burrito? Make sure you got a Mission Food product, sold all over the world. We know that one of the guys was talking to us from Queensland last week to Kenny Shepard and I, and was making breakfast burritos with some Mission tortillas. So I love the street tacos. I love those flavored chips as well.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. Our 5150 Junior Late Model, 16 down in this 70-lap season opener for 2021. Cody Kimley, who started this race out of position number 5, has navigated through the calamity to lead the way on 12-year-old Casey Klein out of Quincy, Washington. California versus Washington. As the green flag flies, more Junior Late Model Racing right now here from Madera.
Yeah, and Casey Klein has started on the outside front row. He is at the moment the hard charger in the field, but he may get hung out to dry like Brody Armstrong did, because I tell you what, that McClenny car is getting right up in there. See, it happens then. Now Klein's being put almost 3 wide on the racetrack, and that's very, very difficult right now to run up there, Stephen Blakeslee. Casey trying to get down in front of that 78 of Brody Moore, and successfully does that too. So Casey Klein falls from 2nd to 5th on that restart.
Well, and that's the second time that Brody Moore has been rather forgiving for a driver stuck on the outside. So some good give and take there from the Colorado Brody Moore. And, well, the 48 of Kimley trying to pull away from Barrett Pull-Hemus. Meanwhile, contact. Well, it was the 11 and the 19 got mixed up on the front straightaway, and they saved it. That's the 11 of Smith, who has driven back through the field out back. He's up to 6th, Armtrout 7th, McKee 8th. And he's going to go for the top 5 here out of turn 4.
Damage to the right rear. The number 11, that quarter panel is all pushed in where you saw Armstrong get into the wall up there. Now the 11 is racing his way back. Let's take a look where he scored last time.
Well, he's
on
in the 6th position, Andy.
6th position from the back. So Jacob Smith, man, he has passed a lot of cars tonight to get back to where he is. Picture of Armtrout right there.
Yeah, right behind him in the 7th spot is the 19 of Armtrout, and behind him in the 8th position is the 10-year-old Virginian Tristan McKee. They just did a scoring update with Brody Morris. That moves McKee back to the 9th position. So that's your battle for 8th on screen right now. And you got a car wrenched by Roger Bracken and a car with help from Joe Farre. Those are some powerful teams back there, Andy.
Yes, they are. And Wow, they're mixing it up at the Battle of the Pack. This is a good battle between the number 7 of McKee and Armtrout. Now, McKee knows the outside is really, really difficult, so he's going to have to try and find a way through the inside, and Armtrout's trying to protect that inside. He is way down there. You see McKee nudging him, trying to get him loose. That's probably the only way McKee's going to get by. Loosen up Armtrout. Be like the old days with Brian Herzog and Austin Herzog, where Brian, you say, hey, loosen him up to Austin, loosen him up, but do not spin him out. And this is what's got to happen with McKee. He's got to learn how to loosen the car up in front and drive in like that and take advantage of it.
Well, I'm surprised because Armtrout has a dirt background, comes out of the dirt micros and the dirt outlaw carts, has a speed week win to his resume, and that's a guy that's going to be hard to loosen up because he loves a loose race car. As back to the front here, we are 27 down, 13 to go to the break. Cody Kimberly leading Barrett Polhemus, and Cale McClenny is probably the story of the race as he runs in third, and he has a real shot to challenge for the win here with 12 to go to the break.
Yes, he does, and we saw that cool passing move by McKee. Got by Armtrout. Armtrout fell way back from him, so you got to kind of wonder that when Armtrout hit the wall down there with that incident with Jacob Smith, whether they didn't do some sort of damage or move some of the steering components around on that 19 car.
We got a battle really going on for fourth here. Kyler Berry, Casey Cash, the 78 of Brody Moore, the 11 of Smith, and Kyler Berry wishing that the break was at lap 30, which is right now, but he's still got to hold on for 10 more laps. I don't see how he's going to do that, Andy.
Yeah, then this is the all-important final spot. Will they get down there to get an interview with Stephen Blakesley as well? And you see Casey Klein is holding on to that final spot, but he'd love to get some insurance. I think Berry is holding him up right now, and if he could get by, he could have a shot at McClenny. McClenny in front of this battle in third, and the car around, it's Kenner Mitchell. Kenner around in front of the mission sign. Well, race fans, we're going to take a break. Maybe I'll pick myself up a mission taco down here during the break. Stay with us. We'll be back with Madera Racing on MAV TV.
bring him back, Andy. Welcome back to our Madera Racing on MAV TV live stream on Short Track TV. And next time around, we're going to give them the one to go for MAV TV, and I will do that before we get things back underway. My name is Stephen Blakesley, joined by Outback Andy Foster. And at lap 40, we take a scheduled break presented by Mission Racing Style Tortilla Chips. And you'll get to hear from your top 5 here live on YouTube. Can't wait to bring you those interviews. And we're going back racing here next time around. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, the 5150 LTM Junior Late Models. Cody Kimley of Riverside, California, continues to be your leader. He battled off Washington drivers. Now he's going to battle with a Texan, Barrett Polhemus, from that treacherous outside line for the restart. Cue in on that 07 of Cale McClenny out back in the catbird seat in third. 9 laps to go to the break. Not a great start for the 79 of Polhemus, and we're underway.
Yeah, exactly what I said that McClenny needed to do off camera during the commercial break, Stephen. He needed to be tucked right up behind the 48, and he did that, and the 48's gone up the racetrack for the lead. I tell you, there's a battle on for the lead, but look at this battling back in the pack. Wow.
They almost wrecked on the front straightaway, and the rear tailpiece of the 07 of McClenny's all over the track. Cars are spinning everywhere. And it's calamity. Calamity. As it looks like there was incident with the leaders. The 07 of Cale McClenny, the 48 of Kimley came together on the front straightaway. And then as they were avoiding the debris, an incident involving Tristan McKee, perhaps the 79 of Polhemus, the 11 of Jacob Smith, and the car that stopped on this end is the 19 of Brody Armtrout. And we've got a lot to sort out. We got cars on both ends of the racetrack. Tristan McKee was up in sparks the whole length of the back straightaway.
Yeah, he caught a part of that bumper. I think, Stephen, the metal bumper came off and got a piece of that in the car.
And this has been an absolutely cutthroat junior late model opener for 2021, and we'll work out the lineup and get back underway with 8 to go here for Madera Racing on MAV TV. Wow, oh, wow, Outback, as you like to say, wow, oh, wow.
Yeah, I was talking to you while we were on the commercial break before, Stephen. I said McClenny needed to tuck himself up behind that 48 entry and get a really good start. Well, McClenny did more than tuck it up under there. I was kind of thinking you'd be a foot off of it, but he was right up behind the 48, was able to loosen the 48 up enough for the 48 to go up the racetrack, and then McClenny got to the inside, and somehow the rear bumper is off of the McClenny car down there. The whole back end of that car got ripped off, and I think what happened is that the 7 car ran over the bumper at one stage and possibly broke something on the suspension or the steering of that number 7 of McKee. As the checker flag is falling, we are going to go to commercial break here. Well, due to this incident, race fans, we're going to call the break early. We're going to go to break. Stay with us, race fans. When we return, Stephen Blakesley will talk to our top 5 trackside. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV for our Mission halftime show. And our race leader right now is scored as Cale McClenny in the 07. And Stephen Blakeslee is down trackside with that very happy team.
Well, it's tough to believe with all that happened, but Cale McClenny is your race leader here in the 5150 Junior Late Models. You guys have a very strong car, but the question is, how bad is the damage on the 07?
Nothing really bad. It's just really the body work. I mean, anything else, it's fine. Steering, everything feels all right.
And what kind of adjustments do you need to close the deal and win this main event?
I really just think it's more to the drive off, and then just kind of stay really consistent. Just try to stay out front, really.
Working on drive off and consistency for the 07 of Cale McClenny.
Well, Stephen Blakeslee, good drive off for that driver. He is driven off from the 11th starting position tonight to move his way to the lead. So a productive night for young Cale McClenny. We'd love to see him get to victory lane, one of the underfunded teams in this series. And second place down there is the 48 entry. Down there in second place is the 48 of Cody Camilli, and he is down trackside with Steven.
Cody Kimley in the second position, and Cody, take us through the battle with the 07 and the contact there.
It was simple. He got to the inside of me on the restart. There's some oil still back in turn 4, so on the restart I freaking hit the gas and tire spun. I got lifted from behind. And luckily I saw him in my mirror because I would have came down on him into turn 2, and then so we're battling for the outside of him. I go high into turn 3 and 4. I come back down. I'm like at his door sort of, and he just comes right back up into me. Freaking, this is what happened last time we were here, just like someone else did.
Qualified in the redraw, led laps. You have a very strong car. What do you need to win this main event tonight?
Luck, frankly. We haven't had zero luck last year, as you guys know. Freaking 2 throttle sticks back to back. That's why I've been so bad. But lately, it's been really good. Hoping we can get a win out of this.
Hoping for a win, hoping for some luck for Cody Kimley in P2 here at Madera.
Well, let's hope the luck does change for the Kimley team down there. They had a tough 2020, and tonight running in a very, very consistent top 3 running tonight. So that team certainly shown some progress from last year. Move down to the 3rd spot in this event right now, and what a surprise. The driver of the number 1 entry, Casey Cash Klein, is in 3rd, and he is down there with Stephen Blakeslee.
Well, always nice to have Quincy Washington's Casey Klein into the top 5 and challenging for the front of the field. What do you guys need to go for the front tonight?
I think we just need to stay consistent. The car's been okay all day, but we found out that our tire pressure gauges were off by like 5 pounds, and we found one that worked, so we got the tire pressures up, and the car's been way better than this morning in practice and everything.
And you're going to restart on the inside. How critical has that track position been in this race?
It's been really critical because the last time I started on the outside, I just did not do very good. I'm not very good on the restarts or anything, so the inside makes it way better for me.
Well, he's starting to become one of the veterans of this series, 12-year-old Casey Klein in 3rd place.
Well, hopefully for Casey Klein, he saw the move that Cale McClenny made on the 48 of Kimley last restart, and hopefully he can do the same and hold that position, because it's definitely the inside line is the way to be tonight. 4th place on the racetrack. It's good to have him back in this series in the 69 car. That is Kyler Berry in the 69 car. He will start outside row number 2 on the restart, and he is down with Stephen Blakeslee.
Kyler Berry in P4 here at Madera Speedway in the 5150 Junior Late Models. And you've seen a little bit of everything tonight. Is the car worse for wear? Is it ready to go for these final 30 laps?
The car's ready to go, but the car's pushing a lot, so I'm hoping that we can fix the push and we can get back out there and do pretty good again.
How important is it tonight to get track position and be aggressive on these restarts?
Definitely, you definitely need to be aggressive on every restart, but some kids are out here are missing their shift, so it's hard to get around them. But hopefully we can get there.
He says, hopefully we can get there for Kyler Berry in P4 here at Madera.
Well, I don't think the problem of the shift problem will be a problem because he has Cody Kimberly in front of him, and he seems to be shifting very, very well. Rounding out the top 5 on the racetrack, it's a Texan, and it's the 79 of Barrett Paul Hemus, and he is down with Stephen Blakely.
Everything's bigger in Texas, and for Texas Barrett Polhemus, it's been a big, wild race for you guys. How do you feel being in 5th right now?
I'm feeling really good right now. The car's handling great. I got to thank my team for helping out all this weekend, giving me a great car tonight. I missed a shift there in that restart, so that's what put me back here, but at least I'm still up here, you know. So we got plenty of time left. We'll keep fighting, and we'll be up there at the end.
How has the intensity level of this race met your expectations coming into this series?
It's a bit more intense than I was expecting. I wasn't expecting so many wrecks to happen right in front of me. Where the car's beat up just a little bit, but it's durable, so we'll be able to keep in it and hopefully stay out of any more.
When he's restarting on the inside from P5 for Barrett Polhemus.
When we return to Madera Racing on MAV TV, we'll have 38 laps remaining in round 1 of the 2021 5150 LTM Junior Championship. Stay with us, race fans. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, round one of the 2120 Junior Late Model Championship, brought to you by 5150 LTM. Stephen Blakeslee joins me back in the booth after being down trackside. Hey, how about Casey Cash here? Gets to start on the inside, and that's a big confidence booster for these young drivers. Said he had trouble up on the outside. As we go, McClenny leads him to the green, and another great restart.
A lot of calamity throughout this race, but the constant is that these drivers have continued to hang in there, and we restart still 13 of our 16 starters, and this will be an extra long second segment, Andy. 38 to go. Cale McClenny maintains the lead.
Yes, Cale McClenny, the young driver from Bakersfield. Of course, we've seen his older brother, Cabe McClenny, be successful in the junior ranks, and now Cale steps into that car that Cabe used to pedal, and he is doing a great job up front. McClenny started out at position 11 and is leading, Stephen.
The 48 of Kimley hit the wall on the front straightaway, and sparks went flying off the 48 car, and things are really tightening up as big slide out of turn 4 by the 69
he's done
Kyler
that
Berry.
a lot tonight in the wall. Broken steering on Kyler Berry's car.
Well, they were saying in the break, remember in the halfway break interviews, they were saying that end of the racetrack is very slick from the fluid that had come out of the 7 car of Kenna Mitchell, and we see another big slide on that end of the racetrack. Cautions flying here on lap 35. Still 35 to go here from Madera Racing on MAV TV. What is that corner of the racetrack has been very wild today, Andy.
Yeah, and we've seen Kyler Berry up on the high line like that. I think this is damaged steering for Kyler Berry. I don't think he's going to be able to continue. Kyler has flaunted with that a number of times early in the night, and it's finally bit him up there. Bring that car down to their pit area. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to repair the steering on that 69 car. We'll wait and see. The crew really not even that rush to go and look underneath the hood of that car. I think they already know that that's it, telling him you're done.
Well, that's big brother Colby Berry who was working on the car. We'll see him in the Pro Late Model race tonight, Andy.
And the 11 car is coming to the pit area, Stephen Blakeslee. This is Jacob Smith. Jacob bringing that Rick and Matt Erickson prepared car to the infield. I'm not sure. Matt's down there kind of telling him, look like to go to the boneyard like they're almost done. So not really sure for Jacob Smith.
Well, and that's a really tough break for the 69 of Kyler Berry, who had worked his way up into third, and he ends up in the infield. And that is an awful break for him, and it's sounding like over our radios there may have been some involvement from the 11 of Jacob Smith, and that he has been relegated to the pits for his involvement.
We did say that another incident would put him to the infield as we get ready to get these cars back ready to go racing once again.
And the big mover, when you bring him back to MAV TV, look at who is up to 5th, Ethan Nascimento. And you'll bring him back for MAV TV here. We're only halfway, Andy.
35 down, 35 to go. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV with half race distance in this event now. It is young Cale McClenny leading the 48 of Cody Kimley, and behind him Casey Cash. But hey, race fans, look, the 21 car starting out at position number 5. It's the pole sitter Ethan Nascimento. Don't count out that Nascimento team. A great deal of work's gone on by the Nascimento crew to get Ethan back into that position. Down the back, it is all the 07 of Cale McClenny.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rocket of a restart and really left the 48.
Oh, it was a car on the wall.
Well, Kimberly was sparking, and Kimberly really has fallen back from the 07 of Cale McClenny by about 5 car lengths.
I believe that was Paul Hemus, Stephen. You see him on the outside, was in the wall last time. These drivers, another driver up there, Brody Moore as well. Moore up against the wall. So these junior racers really getting into it, racing hard. You see the hard racing here between the 79 and the 21 in Nascimento. The 79 spins.
Yeah, Barrett Paul Hemus, and if Paul Hemus can right the ship, we'll stay green. and he stays there, and they're forced to go yellow. Yellow flag comes out again. Cautions, Breeding. Cautions here on lap 38. He was in that battle with the 21 of Ethan Nascimento for that transfer spot, or not transfer spot, but for that fourth spot, and it all goes wrong in turns 3 and 4, and we're cautioned again here from Madera Racing on MAV TV.
Well, Stephen, I tell you what, the restarts tonight from Young McClenny, they have been amazing from Cal McClenny tonight. Those restarts, incredible restarts to him. He knows he's got to get going, and it seems like that car's a rocket ship in the early laps. So, Cale.
Well, we knew we were going to have a first-time winner tonight. We weren't sure who that would be, and Cale McClenny would like to be the one to do that. 6th on the standings last year, but really he was better than that. Had some late race theatrics a couple of times that cost him from being higher in the order. He was solidly a top 5 car the whole second half of the year, Andy, and he has really stepped up, the 13-year-old out of Bakersfield here in 2021.
Yeah, I was probably disappointed with his qualifying effort back in 11th, but since the green, he has really got going. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV as we have the number 07, Cale McClenny, leading this race. Can he get another great restart? Time will tell. Has that 48 of Kimberly on the outside. Casey Cash. Casey Cash needs to get right up behind McClenny here and be right on there so he can block that move from the 48.
Nice restart.
Down. Nice restart from our juniors. One car was in the wall. I think that
it's
was
just some sparks, perhaps.
Yeah, he had sparks on the lap before the green, Stephen Blakeslee. I saw sparks coming out of the Nascimento car, so hopefully everyone is okay with Nascimento's car. We'll keep an eye on that, see if we see sparks coming from that car. Again, there was some sparks coming out of that car on the right-hand side.
A lot of close racing from third on back, and you've got a Washington driver, a California driver, a Colorado driver, and a Utah driver, all under a blanket. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Erickson, the younger brother of our champion Bradley, has gone around in turn 2. So Jeffrey Erickson facing the wrong way in turn 2, and we're forced to go caution again in that number 23 ride. A tribute to Spencer Clark, who was a big-time up-and-coming NASCAR driver out of Las Vegas area, and a tribute to him with the scheme on that car, and they'll right the ship and try to get this thing back underway.
They certainly will. One car during the last break, Stephen Blakeslee, we didn't talk about this, Jacob Smith in the 11 car, who started on the outside of the front row. They must have deemed him involved in that last incident for the restart because they put him on the infield for Jacob Smith. So
he was relegated there on the previous restart involving the 69 of Kyler Berry. So that was 2 cautions previous, and we did note that here on the broadcast.
One of the drivers, too, that's having a good run right now is Kylie Heath. Kylie Heath is doing a good job out there right now. Looking at Kylie Heath, Kylie's going to start in 6th position on this restart.
Amazing. And probably one of the best-looking cars in the field. You can't really get a great appreciation for that on camera, but it's got a lot of reflective vinyl and just a real sharp car. You can't miss it with that bright green on the roof there. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, the 5150 Junior Late Models. Still 31 of the fastest 1/3 miles in the West remaining. Cale McClenny trying to find a way to outfox this tough field and get his first junior late model win. He's been great on every restart, but every time he has to do it becomes more and more difficult against Cody Kimmelly. We're back underway, and wow, things got a little wild there as he drove up the hill. Kimmelly going the wrong way, and Casey Klein up to second.
Yeah, Kimmelly, bad start for Kimmelly, and like you said, Casey Klein was able to get underneath and trouble too, because here comes the 78 now of Brody Moore. Brody Moore fixing to get under Kimmelly, so things going from bad to worse for Kimmelly. And Nascimento car, that is sparking a lot, Stephen Blakeslee. Seeing a lot of sparks coming from that car.
Well, Brody Moore has been very give and take as far as letting people get in front of him and kind of giving them room to get out of line there. And Kimberly, he's swinging very wide in 1 and 2 and getting that great slingshot out of turn 2 that you like to call it, Outback. And it's worked for him, and he'll hang on to third.
Yeah, if you can get up on the hill up there and run off out of 51-50 turn 2, and we got a car around, that's the 23 is around.
Yeah, Jeffrey Erickson.
Erickson, this will pull another quick yellow here.
And he's had a couple of cautions, and so we'll see what officials choose to do with the 23 ride as we're forced to go caution again here on lap number 42. But I think that's probably just around the third caution for that automobile.
It's going to be interesting here now, Stephen Blakeslee. Cal McClenny's going to line up on the inside. That's going to put Casey Klein to the outside. But what it's going to do is it's going to bring Cody Kimberly to the rear of the 07. We haven't seen that. How Kimberly deals with the 07. We saw the 07 was able to get by Kimberly when Kimberly was on the outside. And this might be a little more difficult now for the 07 with Kimberly right behind him.
Well, remember the frustration that we heard from Cody Kimberly at the break. And so he's got to compartmentalize that and focus. But I'm sure he's still a little bit frustrated by how it all played out right before the break. And another driver that's going to get to restart on the inside is Brody Armtrout is going to restart from the inside of the third row. It seems like the battling from about fourth on back has just been like shuffling cards in a deck and has gone any which way. And, we've had a few cars get a bit chopped up tonight, and that's making me feel a little hungry, Outback.
Yes, it is. Those chopped nuts from Nut Up. I love the sea salt and caramel. Stephen Blakeslee, you like which flavor of the Nut Up product?
Well, I like the sweet heat, buddy.
You like the sweet heat along with Kenny Shepard. He's into the sweet heat as well. And you can pick up the sea salt or caramel or the sweet heat or any of the other great flavors by going to nutup.com. Enter MAVTV20, all capitals, and it's Easter time. Get yourself an Easter basket of nuts. You could give them to your friends for Easter. So, yeah, grab yourself some of those chopped nuts. You could order some of the almond butter. You could also order some of the whole nuts and the flavors as well. And it looks like the Ericsson cars are not going to fire here. So 5150 LTM, 5150 Live the Madness. Make sure you check out that book of Carlos Vieira's as well. You can get that on Amazon or at the 5150 LTM store. So we get these cars lined up. We're just waiting now for the 23 of Ericsson. That's Jeffrey Erickson, a 9-time winner and unbeaten in the Bandoleros last week.
We got quite a bit of conversation on our live stream. Want to thank you guys for your comments. Connor Karsten just jumped onto the live stream, and he was talking about how he was dirt tracking all the way around the track in his Bando. And I got to say that was pretty impressive, Connor, and thanks for your comment here. I'd like to see him try to dirt track one of these late models out back.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. 42 down, 28 to go. And pivotal to see how these guys work it out. A big focus on the 48 of Cody Kimberly, who finally gets to restart on the bottom. And we'll see what he can do if he can tuck up underneath the 07 to Cale McClenny, like you like to say, Outback, as here we go out of turn 4.
Yeah, the front row started in position 11 and position 15. 11 for McClenny, 15 for Casey Cash, and they were the race leaders at the restart. Oh, Casey Cash gets hung out on the outside. We'll go back to that battle right here. You see now that the 48 of Kimberly got through. Brody Moore now. Brody Moore charging into third, and Cash is starting.
He's got a problem. He's got some kind of problem on the right rear. It was maybe just the fender work, but it was definitely blowing in the breeze. Maybe a tire rub, but he's got a problem on the right rear on the one car, and he got run up the hill there by the 21 of Nascimento, and he is being shown no favors. Something's gone wrong for Casey Cash.
Kenneth Mitchell spun down in 3 and 4, so this will bring out another quick. Yes, there is a lot of sparks. Stephen Blakeslee, you're right.
She got it righted. We'll stay green, Outback. Sorry about that, but she got it righted. We'll stay green, and we have 25 to go. And Casey Klein and the 17 of Holly Clark get together in 1 and 2. Clark still stopped there, and we're forced to go yellow. And now you got to start adding up how many cautions everyone's been involved in. It might have been that Clark was already starting to go around. Didn't have the greatest view of that. And we're forced to go caution again here on lap number 24. Not sure what happened down there with 24 to go on lap 46.
Well, it all started with Kenna Mitchell spinning up on the track, drove it down into the infield and stopped. And I think the officials must have told her, spotter, tell her to get going because
it's a 2-lap penalty.
Yeah,
if you
2-lap penalty if you don't. And then the incident down there with the 17 of Holly Clark and the one of Casey Cash Klein out there. Casey had a good run going. Like I said, started in 15th and was running second. Now, when we go back to the restart, Stephen Blakeslee, we're going to do a bit of a time. Go back in time a little bit here and the time of today because we're going to put the 48 to the outside of the front row, I presume.
It feels like a long time ago, Andy.
Yeah, so we had a yellow going down here. And
they might be checking the track for fluid because of the number of incidents that
well,
have
they're
happened.
checking the 07. So 07.
CK is having a talk with him, it sounds like.
So I guess the 07 down here, this getting a talking to by our officials down here. So CK is down there talking to him, and I believe, yep, a lot of these kids are brand new. So, like we said tonight, this is a whole brand new crop of drivers. Tonight we're going back to we're talking about going back in time. We're going back like 5 years to where like the series was when we started, that a whole brand new drivers. Okay, so McClinney ran a little bit last year. Kimberly we saw, but most of these drivers out there on the racetrack are brand new to the sport this year, Stephen Blakeslee. So we haven't had this big a turnover. Drivers have just wanted to move on to the pros. So we do excuse this on the first night for these drivers, but McClinney is being told by the officials there's something they're not happy with, and he has to clean that up.
Well, he has to give the driver on the outside a chance to get out of the corner, and he's been coming across the nose of that outside driver is what they're talking about over the radios. So they're just wanting him to give the outside driver a little bit more room because we got to stay side by side all the way to the line here. As we're going to go 1 to green next time around here from Madera Racing on MAV TV. So we're getting ready for this restart here. Cale McClenny on the inside. Cody Kimley going back in time. Another opportunity for these two to go side by side. What bag of tricks might Cody Kimley have in his back pocket out back to find a way to outfox Cale McClenny?
Well, Kimley has to get going because the trouble is for Kimley, if he doesn't get going, Brody Moore will get to the inside. So here we go down the back. They drag race down into turn number 3. McClenny on the inside, Kimberly on the outside. It's 2x2 right behind them with Brody Moore and we had a car spun down there.
Yeah, and it's the one of Casey Klein, and he had been relegated to the back for his contact with the 17 of Holly Clark, and he was battling with Clark and spins. We didn't see it on screen, but he was battling with Clark and spun, so it's just getting a little bit physical back there with that group.
Yes,
and
it
the
is.
caution comes out again.
Well, unfortunately for Casey Cash, he was doing a good job up front and then ended up going backwards on that restart. Interesting, Brody Armstrong was the driver that we were getting to talk to before that spin. So it was McClenny, Kimberly, and then it was Brody Moore. And Brody Armstrong had raced his way back to 4th place on the racetrack. Then you go back to the car that started on the pole, Ethan Nascimento. And on the outside of Ethan Nascimento was the 79 of Barrett Paul Hemis. And Paul Hemis, the Texan driver, kind of just had a night where he's just kind of hung in there in that top 6. A solid drive for him, but he's had to do it from the outside a lot, Stephen.
I think what's worked for Paul Hemis and Brody Moore, those are the two cars I really want to tip my hat to for a lot of give and take. Whenever they've had cars around them, you've seen them let them in and give them room, and that's put them in this position here with 24 to go.
Welcome back to the 5150 LTM, round number 1 of the 2021 season on MAV TV for our junior late model racers, the 07 Bakersfields. Cal McClenny in that Dobitz Construction entry. alongside the Burgeson's car, the 48 of Cody Kimberly. They bring him to the green. That was a great restart up front that time. They really got it together, this front row. And that 07 is super fast out of the turns. Kimberly coming back at him. Kimberly, I think, looks like he might have a pretty reasonable long-run car. Now he gets behind this 07. McClenny has to get down low, muscling the back of that car.
Well, and that's exactly what we've been talking about. What we saw from Brody Moore there. He was really give and take with Kimberly, gave Kimberly the opening, and now Kimberly can put the crosshairs on Cale McClenny with still 22 to go. Great battle here for fourth and fifth with the 79 Polhemus, 19 Armtrout, 21 Nascimento.
Yeah, Polhemus was sideways out of turn number
Might have
2.
hit the
dirt
wall
tracking
there.
it.
I think he hit the wall.
Yeah, dirt tracking it out of 2, so he hung on to it. Kylie Heath doing a good job, and we got a car on the wall. I think that was Holly Clark.
Crazy.
Clobbered the wall out of turn number 4 as well. On the track now, Brody Armtrout in 5th position on the racetrack.
Yeah, trying to fight off Ethan Nascimento. That's a battle that's gone on this entire main event, Andy, and hasn't really settled down at all. And lots of sparks flying, cars bouncing off the wall. These drivers have tested the strength of the chassis and the American steel on these race cars today. As we're coming up on 19 to go, battle is heating up for the third spot between Coloradan Brody Moore, Texan Barrett Polhemus. And again, I've said a couple times tonight, Andy, these two drivers have really raced pretty darn respectfully, and we'll see if that continues here in the closing stages.
Well, the respect might go out the window with about 5 to go, Stephen, because that is the final podium spot. Moore trying to fend off Polhemus right now. Polhemus, who started out of position 6, and Moore started out of position 7. So they qualified pretty recently together, started pretty recently together, and they've raced a lot here together right now on the racetrack.
Still hanging together, doing a great job in that battle. And the battle for 5th, that also has been a pretty clean battle. Ooh, Armtrout just clobbered the wall, Joey East style. He's going to have paint in the wheel wells.
Yeah, and that allowed the 21 of Ethan Nascimento to get to the back of the 19 car. I'm going to give you a bit of observation out here, Stephen. I'm observing the 07 is faster out of the turns than the 48. Here we go. Polhemus now makes a move on Brody Moore. So Polhemus moves up into the final podium spot.
And Moore did not really try to answer back, just kind of settling in, running his race. And that will pay off 9 races later when you're battling for a championship. You just settle into 4th, take what the car is giving you. And as I say that, he bounces off the wall. But it still seems like these two drivers have done a great job driving within what the car is giving them. And we see a really big battle shaping up there with Eth and Klein. And there is still a lot of racing to happen. There's the dirt track star, Barrett Polhemus, who has moved over to pavement with Charlie Wilson here in 2021. As we are 58 down, 12 to go, and he's leaned on that dirt experience, and he might get a podium tonight.
Yeah, he may get a podium in that 79 car. It might have been the incident with Moore earlier when he made that move. Maybe Moore just realized, the team said, hey, maybe that car's a little faster. Let him through and see if we can tag on the back and kind of train our way up. They were trying to get together and train the way up, and Nascimento now makes a move on Armtrout.
Yeah, Nascimento worked Armtrout up the hill with a little nudge into turn 3, but looks like it was all clean and green there, and they worked it out. Lots of give and take between them. And, you know, Nascimento, if he can salvage 5th, that's another type of run that salvages a championship season for where it was looking like at the start of the day.
Yeah.
If he can go on 5th, that'll get him on to the next round for sure.
When you had so much damage to the rear end of this car and the crew had to work hard on fixing that car, they were lucky they kind of got a red flag to be able to fix that car. They were able to work on it during the red, but that did put them to the back. That's the only penalty they get, is they have to go to the back. Good battle here, Holly Clark and Casey Klein. We've seen that battle a little bit. That's for 8th on the racetrack.
This has been kind of never-ending, and Flaggy Frank encouraging these two youngsters to really watch what they're doing on the racetrack. Some contact there from Kenna Mitchell as well, as things are really winding down. 7 to go. The top 5 rather settled, but the back half of the field is far from settled. Battle heating up for 2nd. Barrett Polhemus has been let free by Charlie Wilson. He's turned up the wick.
Well, right now, the best friend of that 07 of Cale McClelney. Right now, Cody Kimberly, strange enough, is he's the best friend on the racetrack because all the time that Kimberly holds out Barrett Polhemus, that allows the 07. We got a car around.
Yeah, it was contact between Kenna Mitchell and Holly Clark, and they go around in 5150 turn number 2.
And this will change the complexion of this race by a long, long way as Holly Clark makes her way back to the infield or back onto the racetrack.
And Barrett Polhemus will find himself in the catbird seat from the inside of row number 2 with 5 to go here for Madera Racing on MAV TV. Could Polhemus win this race, Outback?
Well, he probably can, and he's seen a lot of these restarts. All he has to do is do the same as Cale McClelney did to get past the 48 on the restart, get right up behind that car up in front, and away you go. And it's going to be exciting 5 laps here at Madera Speedway to finish this off. I think this race is not done by any means in these positions. Don't count Nascimento out trying to muscle his way back for a podium spot either on the racetrack. Race ends are all new junior drivers. Not one of the drivers that started tonight has been to victory lane in our junior series. A lot of these drivers have not even driven in this series or have very limited experience in these series. So tonight this is a whole brand new crop. And as we said, the 07, that car was driven by his brother in a local race as a winner. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. The 07 of Cale McClelney will lead them to the green. Can the McClenneys go to victory lane on MAV TV in that Dobitz Construction entry from Bakersfield, one of the more underfunded teams? His brother has stepped up this year to the Pro Late Models. Here we go. Great restart from our juniors that time.
This is exciting. A pair of Toyotas on the front row as they battle out of turn number 2. Cale McClelney trying to clear Cody Kimberly. The 79 of Texan Barrett Polhemus had perhaps the fastest car on the track. They get all tangled up and save it. Here comes Polhemus.
Yes, Polhemus took advantage of the bumper cars that was going on between McClelney and Kimberly down there. McClelney fights back on the outside of Polhemus.
Remember that McClelney has Brian Herzog on his radio. He's probably telling him, pinch him down, race him hard, and that's exactly what they're doing. But Polhemus with Buddy Shepard on his radio, he's staying tough. This is a tremendous battle.
Yeah, if you can get that run out of turn number 2, that's where the big advantage is. Out of turn number 4, caution.
And the question is, who was leading when the caution came out? We go back to lap 67. Cale McClelney will be the leader. He led by only 91 one-thousandths. And we go caution for Cody Kimberly with a flat left front tire, and he's actually climbing out of the car. And it's going to be McClelney, Polhemus, and Ethan Nascimento will restart third for a 3-lap shootout here for Madera Racing on MAV TV.
Yeah, Kimberly does not look very happy here, Stephen Blakesley. He's been told to get back in the car by the officials.
Well, remember, Kimberly had all that contact, sliding, door banging with the 07 of Cale McClelney, and that might have started that left front flat tire from that impact. And we were busy watching this tremendous battle between Cale McClelney and Polhemus. And I think Kimberly was busy fighting off damage and falling the wrong way during all that. And they're going to talk to Cale McClelney again. The window net is down on the 07 of Cale McClelney. This has been an exciting couple of laps here. These last 20 laps, Andy, have been wild.
Yes, they have been wild, and we're hearing the window net issue down there from Kenny Shepard. Thank you to our promoter and our director up here in the MAV TV booth for letting us know what the problem is down there. It's a window net problem on the 07 car, and it looks like they may have had a malfunction with the window net.
And now the same thing that we were thinking about Polhemus, now we wonder about Ethan Nascimento. He's in the catbird seat inside of row 2.
Yeah, Ethan Nascimento in that incident earlier in the race, unfortunately not his doing, and they're going to move this 48 car off the racetrack. Not his doing that incident. And let's give a shout out to Kylie Eath, Stephen Blakesley. Kylie Eath is in 4th position on the racetrack. Kylie was involved in the parking lot incident earlier in the race.
Yes.
She was involved in that big incident, and this is definitely the best run we've seen from Kylie Eath. and she is in 4th position. Now, the mad scramble to get to the top 5. Who will get that final 5th position? It's held down by Brody Moore, but Casey Cash wants to be a part of that.
Yeah, this is, it was a challenging race to get to this point, but you cannot deny the talent we just saw in how great that side-by-side battle was between Cale McClenny and Barrett Polhemus. And if you want to support the brands that support our sport, you can go to nutup.com, enter the code MAVTV20 for 20% off. But don't do that yet because you're going to miss the finish. We got 3 to go.
Make sure we do it between
bookmark it or
the
something.
break of no.
Screenshot that.
Do it after Stephen Blakeslee does the trophy presentations, and I sign off. We're going to have a short break before the pro late model, so go ahead and do it then. I'll remind you to do that.
And by the way, that's a $5,000 100-lap race. So,
yes, it is tonight.
I mean, this has already been enough racing for a night of entertainment. We still got one more to go, Andy.
Yes, we do. One more restart. Well, we hope it's one more restart with 3 laps remaining in this race tonight. I don't think we're done yet with slicing and dicing and passing moves, but the Nascimento team, for the Nascimento fans out there, they have not tonight given up. We had a friend here, Jerry Ellis. Hello from Thailand. Hey, great to see you tuned in from Thailand. And Christopher Johnson, the 11 car, was fielded by Matt Erickson. Yes, sir.
It was kind of interesting. There was a lot of talk going on in the spotter stand right to our right, and the talk was between Eric Nascimento and Buddy Shepard, who's the spotter for the 79 of Polhemus, and that is the duo that's going to have to work this out. And we saw on the previous restart when it was the 78 of Brody Moore and the 48 of Kimberly that there was a lot of give and take there. Will Nascimento give the give and take to the 79 of Polhemus? That's a big question. This could get rather interesting. So I think they were doing a little bit of game planning, as we'll have 3 to go in this 70-lap race, and you're going to bring them back for MAV TV.
Welcome back to what should be 3 fast and furious laps. That will be 1 mile around this 1/3 mile, the fastest 1/3 mile of the West Madera Speedway. And it is Cale McClenny up front. On the outside of him, it is Barrett Polhemus. And now Polhemus has seen cars get big runs on the high line. Can he do that? Great restart from our junior racers, and the 07 got a good start. Polhemus tries to run up the track. McClenny tries to push him up there. Side by side, it's door handle into turn 3.
Well, they got such a great restart. They have a cushion over Nascimento, so Polhemus can decide when he wants to make his move. It's a 2-horse race with 2 to go. The battle for third behind them with Nascimento and Moore, but Polhemus to the bottom. Yeah. This could get good.
Yeah, Polhemus to the bottom. We got a car around.
Klein.
Casey Klein has gone around.
Not sure how he ended up around, but they're forced to throw the yellow.
They were duking it out back there, so Casey Klein turned it around. Casey Cash goes to the back, started out of position 15 tonight.
And was battling up within the top 10. In fact, we're going to look at
that was a shame because we had some great racing going up front. Polhemus just made that move. He came down, gave up a little track position, came down to the inside, and was fixing to make a move on that 07.
And they were all 2x2 there. Nascimento and Moore, Klein and Eth, and it sounds like Eth and Klein had contact.
Yeah, it looks like Eth is actually being sent to the back here, so Eth going to the back.
There's a kind of a side note, not racing related. I have a YouTuber that I follow named Ethan Klein. So Eth and Klein getting together there on YouTube. But anyway, so that's going to relegate them. Well, so far I don't know where they're placing them. Eth in the back, and now they'll put Klein back there as well. And I think you're probably going to see that there's going to be a few drivers in this field that are going to get a powwow from our promoter and our race director before round 2. And it's pretty easy to tell who those drivers will be.
Yes,
and when we come back around, we're not going to identify them. And so when we come back around, we're going to have 1 to go.
Yes, the arms of the race directors will be firmly around some of these drivers as we're now given the 1 to go signal.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. A green, white checker. 2 to go for the junior late models. It's Cale McClenny out of Bakersfield. It's Texan Barrett Polhemus. It's the pole sitter Ethan Nascimento. That's your fast 3 for 2/3 of a mile. 2 laps here at Madera. A critical restart for Barrett Polhemus in second on the outside. And they threw the white flag to them and not the green flag. We don't know what the next flag is going to be. It's going to be the white next time around. They're going to show them the white again, side by side. White flag this time, Andy. White flag this time.
They are side by side now. Polhemus needs to get up on the outside, run on that, what we call on a dirt track, the cushion. It doesn't quite happen for him, and they're maybe crashing at the back of the pack.
Side by side, who's it going to be? Can Polhemus get the run on the top? It's going to be awfully close. Wow. It's Cale McClenny in the 07 by 7/1000ths. You got to love that.
Oh, you got to love that. A close finish in our junior late models, and the McClenny team from Bakersfield and the Dobus Construction entry will go to Victory Lane. They will greet Stephen Blakesley in Victory Lane when we return on Madera Racing on MAV TV. Stay with us, race fans. A whole crop of new juniors in Victory Lane. Well, for the people out there on YouTube, what a great finish to this 70-lap main event tonight. And I believe this may be the first main event for the Clenny family. I have to check that. So Stephen Blakesley will make his way down very soon to Victory Lane. It's great to see one of our underfunded teams make it to Victory Lane. Brother Cabe down there, he's got a 100-lap main event coming up pretty soon. Tonight, Cal McClenny from 11th to the win tonight. Barrett Polhemus from 6th to 2nd, and Brody Moore 7th to 3rd tonight. Right. Are we muted? Give me an audio check, Stephen. Can you hear it, Stephen? No. You can't hear it? No. No, I cannot hear Stephen. No, sir. I don't think he's talking. He's got them. I can't hear him. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. Round number 1 of 9 for the season. And Bakersfield driver Cal McClenny gets it done. He is in Victory Lane with Stephen Blakesley.
We knew we'd have a first-time winner, but it's a driver in car 07 by 7/1000ths. Cale McClenny gets his first 5150 junior late model win. And you absolutely had to earn this one, about 1 million restarts, and then you win by 7/1000ths. Just describe what this means to you.
Dude, it feels absolutely amazing. Our Dovis Construction camera absolutely ran perfect how you wanted tonight. Absolute consistent. Loved it. Honestly, I knew this chassis could do it. Honestly, from last year. Holy.
I don't think folks at home realize how hard your family works. What does this mean for not just you, but for your entire racing family?
A lot. I mean, we come from a little budget. I drive with what I got. I mean, I got it done, and I want to thank Dovis Construction, Mom, my dad, Grandpa for countless hours that with my dad. Me and my Bill were actually doing this thing together, and the whole Herzog group for honestly throwing it together. And big thanks to Brian Herzog for absolutely crushing out the radio tonight.
Now, I know you got to celebrate this big win tonight, but where does this put your expectations for the rest of this season?
High, man. I really want to finish at least top 5 the rest of the season. We might not qualify well, but at least the car hopefully can stay as consistent as it did tonight, and hopefully we can just be up in front tomorrow or next month.
He gets his first career win by 7 1,000ths in the 07. Cale McClenny is a winner, and he celebrates with his brother Cabe here in Victory Lane.
Well, an excited McClenny family down there in Victory Lane, and so they should be. They've been trying at this for a while now, and recruiting people like Brian Herzog to be on the radio definitely made the difference for Cale McClenny tonight in that 07. Amazing drive from that young driver tonight as we get ready to go down trackside with Stephen Blakesley, second place down there. Second place in Victory Lane tonight, Barrett Polhemus. Here's with Stephen Blakesley.
You can sense that it almost feels like a win down here for Barrett Polhemus as he comes home in the second position. How much fun was that side-by-side battle with Cale McClenny?
It was awesome. It was one of the best battles I've ever had. It was a bit frustrating that I couldn't really get him there at the end, but I mean, that's just racing. He's got the bottom line, and the top group hadn't quite come in yet. It was hard to get traction down off the corner. I think if there was a little bit more grip up there, we would have been able to keep up with him, but we went from spin to second. That's awesome. And first start here, I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better.
Same question I had for Cale McClenny. How does this impact your expectations for the rest of the season?
It certainly raises the bar. I think if we can finish second here with spinning and all the stuff that's been going on, I think we have a real good shot at definitely winning some races later in the season. But I still got some things to get used to in the car. I'm just learning how to drive, learn how to utilize the top side the right way. And then maybe once we're in that position again, I can get them. I'd like to thank my sponsors if I had any. But my dad and my mom have been a huge influence on this. I mean, they're paying for it. Call me silver spoon fed, but it's kind of hard to pay for all this at 15 years old. But I got to thank Charlie and Tommy and Rob and Buddy and Denny for everything they've done here. They're the reason I'm right here today.
Well, this guy deserves some sponsorship after that drive. Barrett Polhemus second place here at Madera.
Well, the expectation of the first two drivers has been way lifted, and that is good for the series that these drivers' expectations have been lifted. And I tell you what, when we get down to third place, I think it's going to be same for this driver because the last 2 laps tonight were a blistering fast last 2 laps for the driver of the number 78. It is Brody Moore with Stephen Blakesley.
Team that had a lot of trials and tribulations last year. Brody Moore comes home in third. And a constant theme among all of you, what does this mean to you guys to be on the podium tonight?
It means everything. I mean, the Wilson Motorsports prepared number 78 5150 car was just perfect this week. I have to thank all my sponsors, Valley Insurance, Planned, Assurance Risk Managers, MGF Trucking and their parent company, My Go Flight, Race Face, Advancement, and Friends of Jacqueline. I couldn't do it without them. It was just an amazing weekend out here.
We noticed you guys gave a lot of give and take out there in those battles. How challenging was that to find the fine line there?
It was definitely a challenge. I mean, I wouldn't want to be racing against anybody else here, but it was just an amazing night.
It was a big night for this team out of Colorado. Third place for Brody Moore here at Madera.
Well, Stephen, more importantly, I think it was a big night for all 3 cars in Victory Lane. Everybody, expectations is rising. When we get to round number 2, Ray Sands, on behalf of Kenny Shepard, myself, all the crew down here, and Stephen Blakesley that help out on this show, on Madera Racing. We will see you back for the next round from Madera, California. Well, tonight's positions, Cale McClenny, Barrett Paulhemus. Let's start again, Kenny. Tonight's positions, Cale McClenny wins from Barrett Paulhemus, Brody Moore, Ethan Nascimento, Brody Armtrout, Holly Clark, Casey Klein, Jeffrey Erickson, Kenna Mitchell, Kylie Eath, Cody Kimmerly, Jacob Smith, Kyla Berry, Tristan McKee, Robbie Keneally, and Kirsty Young. And we'll go down to Stephen Blakesley with second place driver of the 79, Barrett Paulhemus.
Okay, that's good right there.
Can I do a close?
Give us one more close, Andy. One more close. Doug, you can shut down. Colin, you stay up. And give me one more energetic close back from Steve.
Thank you, Stephen. 3 excited drivers in victory lane tonight, and all their expectations are going to be on the rise after tonight's performance. That is trouble for the rest of our junior late model races here at Madera. On behalf of Kenny Shepherd, Stephen Blakeslee, all of our hard-working crew, I'm Outback Andy. See you next time on Madera Racing on MAV TV.
Okay, good. Everybody shut down. Everybody stop recording. Shut down. Check your batteries. Rotate. In fact, just change your batteries for me. Let's do that.
Kenny, can I just tell people we're taking a short break and then go to the bathroom?
Yes, we're all going to. Everybody change your batteries. Change batteries, guys. Everybody, whether you need it or not, change them. And you're good. If you haven't changed yet, make sure you get a change in case this next one gets long. Mike, can you hear me? Have Mike shut his camera off. We're done. And then check that. Josh, can you check those batteries for me? Actually, have Josh, guys, if you guys can hear me together, get Josh, check those batteries. Matt, make sure you're reloading all your batteries. Matt, make sure you're reloading all your batteries. If somebody needs a potty break, now is the time. We got about 5 minutes.
Yep, I got to use the bathroom, Kenny.
Again, guys, everyone reload your batteries before we go here. Reload batteries.
Where's my dead mask?
Colin, why don't you shut down? Colin, shut down and change your batteries. Or just stop recording and put new batteries in the bottom camcorder for me. Yes, that's fine. Don't worry about those. We record in the upper deck. Just make sure you got that red window. You know, that recording in the upper deck is the important one. That's a backup to backup.
For Mav TV or? Welcome back to Short Track TV on the YouTube. Wow, what a sensational 70 laps of 5150 LTM Junior late models tonight. Now it's showtime. 5,000 to win, 100 laps of late model racing coming our way. We're going to fire it down to Stephen Blakeslee, who is down trackside.
Want to say hello to everybody tuning in live on Short Track TV on YouTube as we get ready for this presentation of Madera Racing on MAV TV with our Nut Up Pro late models. And before we get started, we have lost a lot of important people in Central Valley Motorsports and in racing around the world in this offseason, most notably Pat Patnod, who was a big part of the racing here at Madera and at Stockton. Also, Mr. Excitement, Anthony Simoni, who was a big superstar on both the pavement and the dirt. And then, of course, today, for someone like me, Formula One broadcaster Murray Walker passing away today. So a lot of heroes that we need to pay tribute to. And what better way to pay tribute than with some great stock car racing? So in just a moment, we're going to have the 21 of Eric Nascimento taking a couple of pace laps in honor of all those that we lost. And then we'll come back and give you a MAV TV intro here on Short Track TV on YouTube.
Thank you down there, Stephen Blakeslee. Getting ready for the tribute lap. Bubba Nascimento leading the pack. We saw younger brother Ethan Nascimento just a while ago in our junior late models. Now Bubba out there. Great tribute to all the friends that we've lost all over the world in the past year. We're going to go down trackside. No, we're not. We're going to go down trackside now to Stephen Blakeslee.
Thanks, Kenny. Welcome along to another season of Madera Racing on MAV TV. It's the $5,000 to win 100 lap season opener for the Nut Up Pro late models. And like in our junior late models, this is a very wide open field where the impact of the junior late models on this racetrack is very apparent. We have 14 MAV TV televised junior late model main event wins just in this field tonight among Austin Herzog, who was not a junior late model champion but did claim 6 junior late model wins before winning the 2019 Pro Late Model title. We have the 2020 junior late model champion, and that's Bradley Erickson. We also have a 3-time junior late model winner and a driver coming to us out of Bakersfield, Seth Wise, plus a whole host of other talented drivers who are still looking for their first MAV TV televised win, such as Eric Nascimento and Jason Aguirre. It's a wide-ranging field of talented drivers from top to bottom, and 100 laps later, someone will win $5,000. It's all coming up next, only on MAV TV.
Thank you, Stephen Blakeslee. What a great-looking field of late models tonight. 24 strong, as Stephen said. There are quite a lot of winners out there that have won on MAV TV in the past. Starting up the front at 51, Carlos Vieira from 5150 LTM. That's Live the Madness. Carlos does live the madness and has lived the madness right from when he turned up at Aldermont Raceway many, many years ago in that 51 entry. We're waiting for Stephen Blakeslee to come back to the booth for MAV TV, and we'll rock and roll with this 100-lap race tonight. Some great stories to be told during this event. We've had some great stories from these drivers along the way. See people like Jason Aguirre, who's one of the more veteran drivers, hungry for a win on MAV TV. Jason would love to get to victory lane. People like Glenn Cook, the veteran. Glenn, we've seen him in a podium. Would love to see it. Hey, if you're out there, please, hit the like button. Give us a thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe to the Short Track TV YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to us. We'd love to have you subscribe, so make sure you do that. Give us a like and go in there with some comments. If we get time to answer them, we surely will. Let us know where you're from when we get the breaks in the telecast of MAV TV. We'll try and jump over here to the comments. It is a great field of late models tonight. My broadcast partner, Stephen Blakeslee, getting set to go as he gets into the TV booth here after doing his stand-up down trackside. A great sight to see cars back on the track, and hopefully soon we're going to see fans back in the stands, and that could happen as early as hopefully April 1st. We're not sure, but there is some glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel that was a very, very dark tunnel through 2020, and we sure do miss our fans. And for our fans out there, we'll be doing these broadcasts all year long. Even when fans come back, you'll still get these broadcasts brought to you by Nut Up, by 5150 LTM, and Mission Foods. Are we muted? Are we ready to go? Stephen Blakeslee just getting ready. Hey, hello everybody out there on Short Track TV. It's good to see you out there. And the new booth this year, a lot of new equipment. Stephen Blakeslee, we've got some cameras in there. Kenny Shepard, the promoter, hard-working promoter of Madera Speedway. He's the man that drives this telecast up here into the booth with us, keeping us all in line. Once again, we'd like to thank Nut Up, Mission Foods, and 5150 Live the Madness. Stephen Blakeslee, you are back with us, sir, and this is a great field of late models. $5,000 to the winner tonight, 100 laps of late model racing, and a great crop of cars out there. We have some very, very talented drivers moving up from the junior late models, so it's kind of an all-cast field. We got a lot of veterans out there, a lot of newcomers, so it's a really good mix. And Matt Erickson returns to the fold too, so Matt Erickson back at Madera Speedway, for all those, the most winningest driver in the history of late model racing at Madera Speedway.
Yeah, waiting to hear for our call for 5 to go, and we'll start into our opening here for MAV TV. And there it is. Well, actually, you're going to welcome me back to the booth here. It wouldn't make sense for me to start this one. Go ahead, Andy.
Whoa. Welcome back, race fans, to Madera Racing on MAV TV. Round number 1 of 9 for 2021 for the Nutter Pro Late Models. Joining me back in the booth, my broadcast partner tonight, Stephen Blakesley. Man, this is a all-star field tonight. We have a mix of old and new drivers out there. Let's go with the lineup, sir.
Yeah, well, how about that front row? We're living the madness with Carlos Vieira and Eric Nascimento Jr. Our main event winner could surely come from row 1.
We go to row number 2, Jason Aguirre and Cody Camilli.
Row 3, Tyler Herzog and Colby Potts.
Row number 4, Seth Wise and Jay Julinson, 2 former junior racers.
2019 Nut Up Pro Late Model champion Austin Herzog and the winningest driver Matt Erickson make up row 5.
Row number 6, Kyle Keller and the veteran Glenn Cook.
Row 7, the junior late model champion Bradley Erickson and 5th on points last year, Sheldon Cooper.
We move to row number 8, Jaden Walbridge and a winner here on MAV TV before, Rick Thompson.
Row 9, Ho-Ho Howard Holden and Colby Berry.
We move to row number 10, Angelina Dempsey and Kate McClenny.
The 11th row, Petey Soto and Jason Gilbert.
Row number 12, Brian Collins and Olivia Mankey.
And we've got ourselves 6 onboard cameras today, including the 88 of Colby Berry.
The 18 of Jaden Walbridge.
The 22 of Bradley Erickson.
The 11 of Austin Herzog.
The 45 racing Jason Aguirre.
And the pole sitter, the 5150, lived the madness, and he lives the madness every day, Carlos Vieira.
This is such a wide open field like I talked about in the open. A lot of drivers within that top 10 that have never won a televised race here. And the 2 drivers that really have had their muscle on the TV shows, Austin Herzog and Matt Erickson, they're coming from the 5th row. We could very well get a first-time MAV TV winner tonight.
Yes, we could, Stephen Blakesley. It's people like Jason Geary that are really focused this year. Jason comes back after some surgery last year, and he is looking to run the full season and put in a big challenge this year for the championship. Here we go. Pace builds to the line. Green flag waving for round number 1 of 9 of the Nutter Pro Late Models from Madera Speedway.
We've waited all off season for this, and it starts off in a good way as it's Carlos Vieira working his way up the inside of Bubba Nascimento, and lap number 1 led by the 51, Carlos Vieira.
Yes, the 51 leads. The youngster, Jason Aguirre gets back to the back of Bubba Nascimento. That allows Tyler Herzog in the Crown Homes Herzog roofing entry to get to the inside of Aguirre, but Aguirre deals with it.
And they all settled down, a lot of give and take there. Ultimately, Aguirre backed it down, allowed Nascimento to save it, and no change in the race order at the moment. Top 5 at the moment. The battle is for 4th as there's a couple of cars hounding the back of Tyler Herzog.
Yeah, this time it looks like the 11 of Austin Herzog was getting to the inside of one of the cars. But I tell you what, Seth Wise is in that battle. Here we go, Seth Wise with Kelly. Kelly's been shunted back here, Stephen Blakesley.
Couple of junior late model drivers battling, graduates of the junior late models. Seth Wise, a 3-time winner in the junior late models, and he told us earlier today he wasn't sure how often he'd run here at Madera, that he needed tonight to go well. Well, he's had a really good night so far. Qualified 2nd, and the driver out of Bakersfield just making it happen in the top 5.
Yes, inside the top 5 early. Wants to be in that top 5 at the break because there are points at the break tonight. And Stephen Blakesley, the break will be at what lap number tonight?
Well, we're going 50-50. It's a 50-50 raffle tonight, yes, if you will. Usually our second segment is a bit shorter. Usually it's 50 and 30. Good stuff here. Seth Wise, very impressive as he's going around Tyler Herzog. Remember, Tyler Herzog was the driver that went worst all the way into the top 5 at the short track shootout last year. So he's in the top 5 again here tonight.
Yeah, and he's not having to do it from the back tonight. Nope. Look at this battle now. Seth Wise up on the veteran Aguirre. Aguirre's starting to get angry, I think, with Bubba Nascimento because he's really muscling the back of that 21. Now, who will be the bravest first to get up on the high line and see if they can make something? We expect the track to widen out as the race comes. Being a green racetrack after the winter months here in California, we expect this track to start to widen out. But the question is, how quick will someone go up there and try it The question is, when is the time to do that?
Well, we do have one Highline specialist in the field. It's Bradley Erickson, our champion of the junior late models last year. He's back in 11th. He has nothing to lose to give it a shot, right? As here's the 11 of Austin
Matt Erickson's
Herzog.
back in the field tonight. And Matt, we used to call it the Highline. Here's Herzog right behind that 48. Matt Erickson, maybe he'll be brave. Oh, we got trouble down here in the turn.
Oh, and it collects the 48.
Seth Wise. That's Seth Wise.
And Cody Kimley.
Tyler Herzog.
Looked like something happened with Wise and Herzog. Wise was doing a 360, and pow, he collects Cody Kimley. An awful break for both of those drivers with significant damage on their white, black, and blue. Similar colored entries there. And we're forced to go caution on just the 10th lap here in our season opener for the Nut Up Pro Late Models. We'll sort it out with 90 to go here from Madera Racing on MAV TV. And Herzog was making a move there on the 45 of Aguirre, maybe backed up a little bit. I'm not sure what happened, but he got into it with the 87 of Wise, and Kimley had nowhere to go.
Yeah, feel for Cody Kimley from junior drivers. They have a lot of work to do before round number 2 of the junior late models here on MAV TV. So a lot of work to be done on that car. And that's going on the hook, Stephen Blakesley. So looks like the Boneyard's going to have some early victims, and one of them may even be Seth Wise.
It is.
I saw Seth Wise look like he was going to drive that 87 car to the Boneyard. The Burgeson's 48 entry there. That is a lot of damage, unfortunately, to that young driver.
Yeah, pretty impressed that Cody Kimley hasn't run too many pro late model races here at Madera, and yet he qualified himself into the redraw, and that didn't last very long, did it?
No, unfortunately not. And a lot of other drivers did a good job with that mad scramble to get around there. There was cars trying to drive through this incident. Hopefully there's no debris down there that they can cut tires.
Yeah, it looks like Austin Herzog and Matt Erickson coming out of the 5th row. Our drivers on the move are probably our 2 most successful pro late model drivers in this field. That they navigated that wonderfully, and they're coming from the 5th row, Andy. We're only on lap 10. Herzog is going to be P4. Erickson's going to be P5. They've made a move on quick, and in the case of Erickson, what do we always say about Matt Erickson? He is a late race car, loves the crate motors, loves to have tire at the end, and if he is in a position to go to the front early, it's usually bad news for the rest of the field.
Yes, it is bad news for the rest of the field, and some of these cars are going to come out. That's going to move Matt up from the shown position of 8 on Race Monitor right now.
A couple of tips on the number 1 of Tyler Herzog that we wanted to mention, who he's got the ship righted, and he's back at the back of the field. He was awarded the 2020 Irwindale Pro Late Model title. They were showing me that in the infield there before the race, that it was kind of a surprise to them. I guess they elected to have a champion from their 3 or 4 races last year, and Tyler Herzog got that done. And back in 2019, Tyler won a big race at Orange Show. So he's had success everywhere but here at his home racetrack, where he would really like a MAV TV win. But that just got a little bit tougher for him.
Yeah, I talked to Tyler last Saturday at the practice session. I came down for both of the early season practice sessions, and he said he was looking at running a tour, but he's going to come to Madera because most of his sponsors are here, and he really wants to win exactly at Madera. So exactly what you're saying is success hasn't been huge here for Tyler at Madera, although they have had some success in a combined championship. But other than that, those race wins, he's been in position that he should have been able to win some races, and they've unfortunately got away from Tyler, especially really good finishing position. So we'd love to see Tyler Herzog get right up there and take a race win on MAV TV here at Madera Speedway. Cars just strung out all over the racetrack right now while the officials clear the track. It looks like mostly clear, so we'll be getting ready to double these cars up really soon here at Madera Speedway. Remember, race fans, make sure you hit the like button, hit the like button, leave comments. We'll try and get to you when we can down here. Hit the like button. Make sure you do that. Subscribe to Short Track TV on YouTube. Also, Nut Up. Nut Up. Make sure you get those Nut Up products from your store or go to nutup.com, MavTV20. Carlos Vieira out there in that 51 LTM. Live the madness. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV with a crash in turns 3 and 4 on lap number 10. 90 laps remaining as they are doubled up waiting for a start this time on the restart. Stephen Blakeslee. It is Carlos Vieira on the inside and the 21 of Bubba Nascimento on the outside.
Bringing him down. Good looking restart for Carlos Vieira. Foggy Frank likes what he sees. We're back underway. But Nascimento found a gear there down into turn number 1 and is keeping Carlos Vieira rather honest. Great battle for the lead.
Yes, it is a great battle, and they got that slingshot out of turn number 2. Was able to hang with Carlos Vieira. Carlos Vieira is another driver that really needs some luck here at Madera. Has been really snake-bitten with some good positions. Aguirre now in that Waterford Irrigation Corbin Cash entry. Must have put a little Corbin Cash in the tank tonight because that MTX number 45 is looking good out there for the veteran racing Jason Aguirre. Of course, coming back after having some surgery last year, having to sit a part of the season out. And he is a driver that really is Tesla wants to win. I can tell you what, the party will be in Atwater if racing Jason Aguirre can win this tonight.
A little bit of a shake-up in the rundown. 13 laps down. It's Vieira, Aguirre, Nascimento, and then the battle here for 4th. Remember, these drivers started together on the 5th row. That's the 42 of Matt Erickson in the MJ Gilbert construction car. And the new sponsor for Austin Herzog, Blaser Swiss Lube. And he's trying to make a move, a cool move with that Swiss Lube on the top. For Austin Herzog, your question was, who could make the top work? Well, Herzog's trying to do that right now in that Toyota.
Yeah, and he may get the slingshot out of turn number 2 here. Draws up alongside Matt Erickson. But I tell you, racing Jason Aguirre, this is the best race we've seen from racing Jason in some time. In that Waterford Irrigation Corbin Cash entry, hound in the back of that Allied Packaging 5150 LTM, and I tell you what, it's got knocking doors down. Right now, he's not having to knock too many doors down, but if this race goes much longer and Jason Aguirre gets much more there, he might be knocking on the doors of the 51.
Yeah, I don't think Aguirre is a driver that'll make the move now. We're only on lap 17, 83 to go, but he wants Carlos Vieira to know he's there. Might be the slightest little bit of contact out of turn 4. What's impressive is the gap they have accumulated over Bubba Nascimento.
There's the bump and run. Aguirre now to the inside of Carlos Vieira. How will Vieira like that move from Jason Aguirre? And yellow is out.
No, that's a warning of a black flag.
I think that was to Jason Aguirre saying, hey, come on there, tone it down a little.
So on lap 19, Aguirre takes the lead, and he'll lead here on lap 20. It's Aguirre, Vieira, Nascimento, and this battle continues. Erickson inside, Austin Herzog outside. How about the 22 of Bradley Erickson, who started 13th, and he's in the mix right there, battling just outside the top 5.
Yes, he is. Former junior racer in the 5150 Junior Series on MAV TV.
Junior champion.
That's right, 2020 junior champion, mixing it up with the likes of Olivia Mankey has spun. Olivia has spun down there in 4.
Yeah, that sharp-looking car for
Olivia Mankey. That is a
sharp-looking
car, the Hampton Inn and Suites, and that's where I always stay when I come to Madera and stay overnight at the Hampton Inn. And, of course, the Mankey Trucking entry. Olivia moving up, another driver moving up from the juniors to the pros this year. We'll take a short break, get her turned around, and back with more racing on MAV TV.
Ferocious battle there between Matt Erickson and Austin Herzog. Gotta love it. And, we had kind of noted that those were probably the 2 power players in this field, and they're kind of showing that with how cleanly they were battling there. They will credit lap 21 to Erickson, so he will be the 4th place car. It's Aguirre, Vieira, Nascimento, Erickson, Herzog, your top 5. Then Bradley Erickson, Colby Potts, Cook, Walbridge, and Cooper. That's your top 10 here at Madera Speedway.
Yes, it is. Jay Julinson, Howard Holden, Cade McClenny, Rick Thompson, Kyle Keller, Colby Berry, Pete Soto, Jason Gilbert. Then you have the cars of Tyler Herzog, Brian Collins, Angelina Dempsey, Olivia Mankey, Seth Wise, and Cody Kimmerly. Some of these cars are obviously out of the event, and those cars would be right now, Seth Wise and Kimmerly would be the cars out of this event.
And it's always important to note that this is a 100-lap race, so the drivers have to weigh that. It's a bit longer than a typical race here at Madera for our prolates, usually 80 laps. And what do you do with those extra 20 laps? Do you save your stuff to the end? That's always a question. That 50-lap second segment is really going to put the pressure on these Hoosier 970 tires. If you've never seen a race here at Madera, we run both 350 horsepower 602 crate motor cars all the way up against 650 horsepower open motor cars. And the equalizer is this rock-hard Hoosier 970 tire that keeps them all together. And I'll bring him back here for MAV TV. I think you're on lap times. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. Our Nut Up Pro late models. 21 down, 79 to go in round one of 2021. Racing Jason Aguirre worked his way to the lead on the bottom. He will choose the bottom alongside the 51 of Carlos Vieira as they thunder out of 5150 turn 4. We're back underway.
Yeah, and Matt Erickson found his way from 10th position to 4th early in the night, and Matt in his return to racing after being out for some time. That's kind of a sign of bad news for some of these drivers, and side by side with Herzog down there as well, Matt Erickson. So that battle after the restart is still continuing.
The outside, just not that great on restarts. Vieira's in trouble because he was on the outside, and Erickson might be pinned behind him. That was second and fourth on the restart, and they're going the wrong way, Vieira and Erickson, and that plays to the hand of Austin Herzog in the Blaser Swiss Loop car up to third place. Vieira going to fight back.
Yeah, Vieira trying to fight back, but there's not enough distance to duck in there between Baba Nascimento, and this time Carlos Vieira muscles his way down the inside, and some give and take from Matt Erickson. Matt Erickson backed out of that, saw what was going on. Matt let that go. Maybe had a lesser time, Matt might not have been so kind to do that.
Well, Carlos Vieira is a bit of a renegade, a bit of an entrepreneur, and you said there wasn't a hole there, so he made a hole.
Yeah, until knocking doors down.
Yeah.
Matt Erickson could have been knocking down those doors on the 51 because Carlos really slid it across the nose of that 42 entry.
And everybody's settling down, single file, and what a drive so far by the 6-time winner last year, 5 in the junior, once in the pros, by the 22 of Phoenix, Arizona's Bradley Erickson. For my money, Bradley Erickson, the most impressive driver to come out of the junior late models because he can use the outside line. And so far, he's running 6th here with the big boys on MAV TV.
Yeah, he's got Colby Potts right behind him. We don't see a lot of Colby at Madera. Of course, that car is helped prepared by the Nascimento. They're very tight, the Potts team with the Nascimento. You see Nascimento Motorsports on the side of the car. And Colby doing a good job here tonight in that number 12 entry.
I just love the makeup of our field this year. A lot of grassroots drivers and a lot of great competition and a lot of familiar faces. I wish we had a crowd for this one because these are some good names. And here's another one of them. Glenn Cook, a fan favorite. Jaden Walbridge in that Joyner Motorsports prepared number 18. Another junior late model driver, Andy.
Yeah, and then Sheldon Cooper and Howard Hall. We got
Pete Soto.
We
hit the wall.
Stuff white all over the racetrack.
And he's spun after doing it.
That's the pain, and the white car is down there, spun in turn number 2. The yellow comes out for Pete Soto, the San Francisco Bay Area driver, former Legends racer. We'll turn him around, race fans. We'll take a quick commercial break here on MAV TV. Stay with us, race fans. We still have 20 laps to go to the halftime break.
Man, all these drivers have seen this. All these drivers have seen the success that Joey East has had knocking down the walls, and they thought about knocking down doors and knocking down walls. And Pete Soto hit that wall a ton, Andy. I knew something was going to go wrong after you do that. And what amazes me is he hasn't steered that car to the pits. I would think you're in the back. You might as well make sure all the tires are up. because that right rear took quite a hit, but is that not a testament to how solid these 970s are?
It is a solid testament to these Hoosier tires, these control tire that we run, the 970. They're a treaded tire that we run here at Madera
Our
Speedway.
comment section is absolutely in love with Frank McBee. And if his head gets too big, it won't fit in the helmet. So we got to be careful. We're not going to order him a new helmet. But people love Frank McBee, and I know you're a big fan of Flaggy Frank, or Fearless Frank, as we sometimes call him. And he's been eating a lot of concrete tonight. They say he eats sunflower seeds. They're mixed with concrete. You better close your mouth, hold your breath when they're hitting the wall like that.
Sometimes you go down there with Frank. He looks like a snowman after the race. There's all white all over Frank. You see that shirt. Where's the white arms? You can't quite see the thing. Here we go, race fans. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. Jason Aguirre leading Bubba Nascimento. And how about row number 2? Austin Herzog, Stephen Blakeslee up on row number 2 with Carlos Vieira.
Yeah, and Herzog in that proper place, and from the inside of row number 2, which has proven to be a good spot. Where was Aguirre going there? He runs Bubba Nascimento up the hill, trying something different there. Bubba tries to come back at him, and Herzog gave the door there to the 21 of Bubba and let him in, and Bubba's going back at Aguirre. Great racing here on lap 31 of 100, if you can believe it.
Yeah, Jason tried to run Bubba up the racetrack, and looked like Bubba wasn't very happy that time down in turn 1. Jason better run for his life down here, and I'll tell you what, Herzog, you see the finger come out. That wasn't Herzog. Herzog had been muscling the back of the 21 here, and here comes Bradley Erickson now. Bradley Erickson on the outside. We said who could get up there and run first? Well, Erickson's making it work. We've seen Carlos get up there, and that wasn't so good. We saw Matt Erickson get up there. That wasn't so good.
Well, it didn't work out well there as he goes straight up the hill. Might have had a slight bit of contact from Glenn Cook as well, and he'll gather it up. But you got Cook and Erickson, Bradley that is, trying to make moves on the top. Matt Erickson trying to make moves on the bottom. Got to keep the two Ericksons straight. And this battle for second continues to have a lot of bumper tag, and that brings Glenn Cook into it.
Glenn Cook, yellow is out. I know it's not out. Yellow on our other camera there, but Glenn Cook went across the nose of the number 12 of Colby Potts.
He wanted to go to the bottom, and just like Carlos Vieira, he made a hole for himself, and now he'll be in front of the 22 of Erickson. That is Bradley Erickson. He's in the Erickson sandwich right now.
That could have been disaster, Stephen.
So let's reset the rundown here as they're duking it out. 36 down. It's Aguirre, Nascimento, Herzog, Vieira, and Matt Erickson. This was the battle for P6 right here between Bradley Erickson and the 98 of Glenn Cook. P6 up for grabs. Andy.
Yeah, well, both drivers had experienced some time up on the high line tonight. Glenn Cook and Bradley Erickson. And I tell you what, Cook's making it work up there. Maybe it's starting to widen out the racetrack because they're starting to go a little 2x2 here, Stephen. So they might have put down some rubber up on the high line. You can start to see some black marks. But Jason Aguirre has a huge race lead here. It's out to 1.1550. So racing Jason Aguirre, this is the strongest performance we've seen from him on MAV TV.
Want to give a real quick tip of the hat to the 05 of Cade McClenny from 20th to 12th. And you just keep seeing him moving closer and closer into the frame every time we do the speed shot. 10 to go to the break for racing Jason Aguirre. I do wonder if Nascimento and Herzog can hang on because they're racing so hard, and they're going to need to be careful here because we're not even halfway. And as I say that, slide by Nascimento, Herzog to second.
Yes, Nascimento moving around the racetrack. Herzog now gets past Nascimento, so you can move the 11 car up there, and that would bleed into second place now, Stephen Blakeslee. And Bubba Nascimento back come by the line, back to third.
And now here comes the 42 of Matt Erickson taking a look on the inside of Carlos Vieira. There's the lead for the 45 racing Jason Aguirre as he's trying to put this first half in the bag. There's the 21 of Nascimento, who's been getting awfully physical. And then this great battle right here for fourth. As off camera, it looks like Glenn Cook and Bradley Erickson just had a mix-up, and this battle continues here.
Yeah, that's two super experienced racers. The super late model racer in Vieira.
12 of Potts.
Erickson. The 12 of Potts is around. So too, I believe, is Olivia Mankey over there as well.
Well,
so Olivia has gone around.
We saw the 98 of Cook, the 22 of Bradley Erickson, had a big moment in 1 and 2. They come back into 3 and 4, and a car that was in their vicinity, the 12 of Colby Potts, goes around, and he may have been gathered up in all that. It was hot and heavy, and Bradley Erickson driving hard like a veteran at just 14 years old. And we're going to get ourselves a caution here. 6 laps shy of the scheduled break, and we may break early here on MAV TV. Haven't had too many cautions. We'll see if they don't want to run out these final 6 laps because bonus points are up for grabs. But we do see folks leaving the spotter stand, which is normally an indication that we're going to break here, Andy.
Yes, it is an indication that we have gone to break. In fact, yellow is out.
And our officials are on the track. So, Andy, you'll want to give us a MAV TV run to break here.
Well, race fans, we're going to call this short, and we'll, after the commercial break, Stephen Blakeslee will be down trackside to talk to the top 5 drivers tonight when we return here on MAV TV. Well, we are 6 laps short of the break, and the officials have decided that they want to go to break early, which we will do. So stay with us, race fans. When we return, Stephen Blakeslee will be with the top 5 down trackside. Well, the reason they're going to break early is you can see, race fans, on the racetrack, we have a bunch of fluid down there. Let's hope that is only water down there. Our officials down there, the DJ safety crew, are going to work on that. And it looks like it is just water because they're moving that water around. I don't see any speedy dry being put down yet. So not sure which car that came from. And that will be very, very interesting to see because whichever car it was lost a lot of water, and the crew are going to have to put some water in that car before they can go back green flag racing. So in a moment, Stephen Blakeslee will make his way down trackside. A couple of drivers we haven't talked about tonight. Jay Julinson in that meet performance, zone up entry. And Jay's running 16th right now. He's gone back a couple of spots, got bundled out in a bit of an incident. So Jay climbing out of the car. And that may, in fact, they were talking about maybe some fluid from that car, so the officials having a good look. See everybody down there. Going to go under the hood, I think, of the number 12 entry. Getting ready for Stephen Blakeslee with his MAV TV interviews down there. It'll be interesting to hear from our drivers tonight. At this stage, they should be Jason Aguirre, Austin Herzog, Bubba Nascimento, Carlos Vieira, and Matt Erickson. Are they nearly ready?
You guys have a bathroom?
Nothing. Kenny? Welcome back to round number 1 of the Nutter Pro Late Models on MAV TV. We're getting ready now for Stephen Blakesley, who is down trackside with our race leader, racing Jason Aguirre.
Well, you would think that for Jason Aguirre in the lead that it would be a comfortable position for him, but he has been an awfully busy guy down here trackside. Let Matt pan over to that. And they've been working on the car, talking things over, the tape, the fuel, thinking about lifting the hood. It's been a constant work for the 45 crew. They want to win this main event, guys, going for their first MAV TV Pro Late Model victory. And Jason Aguirre working on it. And still working on the adjustments on this car. And I just got to ask you, what would it mean to you if you could pull this off tonight?
And this would be a big win for me and my family. You know, this is a TV night. It's one of the biggest runs of the year for us, you know, and we got some great sponsors helping us. Ron and John Neidham with Waterford Irrigation, the Souza family, Corbin Cash, you know, MTFX Graphics, Ray Ray's Pizza, Candace Randolph. You know, my kids are watching from Idaho. We got people watching in Tennessee. I got a big family gathering at home watching. But this would be a huge win. A huge win. I promised my daughter if we could pull this one off, we would be going to Idaho to visit her.
Well, hopefully you guys can pull that off. Jason Aguirre in the lead here at the halfway break. Thanks a lot.
Okay, great news from Jason Aguirre that he is still hands-on working on that car as we move over to the second place with a brand new sponsor this year on that number 11. A new look to that car, and I tell you what, a new look to his performance on the racetrack. The driver of the number 11 is Austin Herzog, and he is with Stephen Blakesley.
We're used to seeing the Herzogs as kind of the black hat with a black car sponsor, and currently in right now running second.
Yeah, we've got this car hooked up. I can't thank my crew enough. All my sponsors, Blosser Swiss Loop, Richard Herzog Construction, WDF Concrete, all of them are tremendous help to me and my crew. And you know, the car's pretty hooked up. I think we got a good piece for our second half, and we're going to tinker on it a little bit more and see what we got.
Last season was a challenging year for your team. What would it mean to come out on top tonight?
It would mean a bunch. You know, it give us that confident booster that we need, and you know, there's always a down before there's an up. So hopefully this is our up.
Hopefully it's the up for the 11 team, the 2019 champion Austin Herzog.
Great to see the former champ back up the front, running where he deserves to be. How about it, the guy running in third tonight? We don't often see him here at Madera Speedway very much, but he started on the outside of the front row tonight. The driver in third is Bubba Nascimento, and he is ready with Stephen Blakesley.
Carlos Vieira in the thick of things here. They show you fourth at the moment. What will it take to knock some doors down and get back to the front?
First of all, man, I'm happy to be here. You know, back to racing. I love it. I want to thank my team, you know, Camo Motorsports for everything they do. We got to time the car up a little bit. I don't have a little loose to the center. Drive off is not very good. But total confidence in the team that they'll figure it out, and we'll be number one here soon.
How tricky is the outside line tonight?
You know what? Yeah, they told me it was not going to be good tonight. I haven't lost faith in it, so we'll see.
We're looking forward to seeing him go to the top side and live the madness, Carlos Vieira.
Yeah, Carlos Vieira persevering with the top. That's good to see, because that may just come in the second half of this event. Well, running fourth place on the racetrack right now and been running the Highline a lot tonight is the driver of the 5150 Live the Madness entry, Carlos Vieira, and here's with Stephen Blakesley. We have the third place car of Bubba Nascimento running in third. He started on the outside at the start of this event, and he is charging hard tonight. He is with Stephen Blakesley.
Well, Bubba Nascimento having a great battle with the 11 of Austin Herzog, among others. And you guys are doing some wholesale changes here. You can't change the tire, but you're going to move one around, right?
Yeah, we got a right front one bent, and it was rolling over on there pretty bad, so we're going to move it to left rear. Rear end slid over a couple inches. We'll get that back, and hopefully we get those two positions back and contend for a win.
How much do you want to get a MAV TV win here at Madera?
Everything I want. Eric Holmes, he's won a lot races here, and we know our cars are proven and our teams are proven. So hopefully we can pull off a win tonight. Doing this race for my good buddy Pat Patnub. He died a couple days ago. Everyone loves him. He's an American hero. He comes to all the tracks we're at. Always says hi, and everything. We're in Daytona, he'll come just hang out. So this race is for him. Hopefully we can pull it off.
Hoping to get the win for Pat Patnod is Bubba Nascimento here at Madera.
Yeah, Bubba may well get it done because the Nascimento is very experienced at getting these cars to the front, as he said, with Eric Holmes. Stephen Blakeslee now is down with a fifth-place car tonight, and this guy back behind the wheel, and it's good to see him. He's been running the high line, been running the low line. It is Matt Erickson with Stephen Blakeslee.
Well, Matt Erickson doing a great job coming from the fifth row into the top five. You got through the thick of things. Now you're into the top five. Can you guys go to the front and win the race?
Hopefully. The car's just free all the way through, so we made some geometry changes, so hopefully that tightens it up. It's a good battle up front, so hopefully we get some clear track and we can move up a couple more positions. I don't know if we got anything for the 45, but we're going to give it a heck.
How different is the racetrack compared to the last time you were on this track?
It sure is a lot different. I mean, the setup a couple of years ago doesn't work anymore. This is something totally new we're trying. So far it's working. We tried it on the junior car, and it was working really great, so we're going in that direction a little bit. So hopefully we made the right choices and tightens the car up a little bit, and we get back to the gas a lot sooner.
Well, coming from the fifth row up to fifth is Matt Erickson here at Madera.
Thank you, Stephen Blakeslee. Looks like all those drivers in the top five are super confident. Going to run different lines. It's going to be interesting to see how we go in the final 56 laps of this event. $5,000 to the winner tonight when we return on MAV TV. Yeah, I'd like to talk to our fans out there on the Madera Speedway YouTube page. See Rod Carsey out there. Good to see him. Shelley Smith, yes, it's on the fairgrounds. That's correct. We are a fairground property, hence why we have not had fans in the stands, but we have said there is light at the end of the tunnel, and it is looking somewhere around April 1st that we may be able to have some form of fans back in the stands at Madera, and hopefully through the year that will open up to getting a full grandstand. We really do miss you guys out there. Kenny Shepard said we're going to do this all year long, these free live streams brought to you by Mission Foods, Nut Up, and 5150 Live the Madness. So we will continue to do that through the year. We got Angela Bondi, all the Turn 4 crew down there. They'll be pretty happy too because they are racing Jason Aguirre fans as well down there. So Rod Carsey, our former director of safety, unfortunately he moved back to Indiana, but he's listening. Yes, Rod, good to see you still following us here at Madera Speedway. So welcome everybody from all over the world. Let us know where you're from too on here. Make sure you hit the like button and also subscribe to Short Track TV. And then you'll know when we have all the free live streams here at Madera, and also any of the other video we put out. Steve Koenig, Paul Koenig, Steve, yep. I think Paul is actually from Australia, I believe. So so he is always joining in, so good to have him. Ryan Smith. So, yes, Ryan, we love our racing out here in Madera in California. So our fans all tuning in to the live stream. Getting ready for the final 56 laps tonight. They called this short. There was some fluid down there on the racetrack. So the safety crew opted to take care of that and tag 6 laps on to our second segment, Stephen.
Well, I did talk to the Alexander Mead team, and they told us that they had a radiator hose break pop off. And, a lot of times you'll just leave that water and let it dry. But I'll tell you, it is cold out there. Doug is up here all bundled up like he's going to the snow. And our camera guy Mike looks like he's ready to go out on the sea or something. They're all bundled up. So probably wasn't going to evaporate too fast. And we kind of saw that in the junior late model race with Kenna Mitchell, where we heard at the break of that race that Cody Kimley was saying it still felt pretty slick on the turns 3 and 4 end of the racetrack. So I think they opted to try to dry that up. And there is a big effort going on right now to get the hose back on the number 12 of Julesen.
Yeah, well, that's great news that the Meade team is working hard on that number 12 entry. They have to get some fluids back inside that car. We'll give you a quick rundown while we've got a moment of positions right now. It shows Jason Aguirre to the race leader, Austin Herzog, Bubba Nascimento, Carlos Vieira, and Matt Erickson round out your top 5. Then it's Bradley Erickson, Sheldon Cooper with another power drive up into 7th. Glenn Cook, Cabe McClenny, also Cabe's coming from a ways back tonight as well, started 20th, so Cabe has moved up inside the top 10. Kyle Keller, Howard Holden, Tyler Herzog, Jaden Walbridge, Jason Gilbert, Rick Thompson inside the top 15. Then you go Jay Jorgensen, Colby Berry, Pete Soto, Angelina Dempsey, Brian Collins, Colby Potts, Olivia Mankey, Seth Wise, and Cody Kimley. Now, Seth Wise and Cody Kimley, at the moment, the only cars out of this event. So everybody on the lead lap at present. For the cars that are left with us, the 22 cars. And you see a shot down there now. Everybody getting ready to get going. Yeah, we want to get those likes up. We're up to, I believe, 143 likes now. So we'd love to get that up. Please hit that like button. Get the likes up. We'd love to see more likes and more people subscribe to the channel. It's free all year long from Madera. We'll be doing live streams at most races this year. So we want to get this up to get it up to 150 here pretty quickly. Let's go see if we can get it up to 200 likes. We're going to be at 200 likes, so we'd love to be at that spot. So see if we can get 200 likes on our we're at 164 now, so that's good news. So keep those likes coming. Make sure you share it all. And also Madera Speedway on Facebook. You can catch us at Short Track TV on the YouTube. And if you want to check out our website, it is racemadera.com. There's the hardworking Dave Sabota coming up to back to the stands. Dave is the man that sets everyone up down in Victory Lane for our Victory Lane announcers. Steve Blakeslee down there tonight. So Dave doing the hard work down there, getting the Hoosier, normally has some Hoosier tire things and some mission hats and 5150 hats, nut-up hats. So he's the hat man in Victory Lane, Dave Sabota.
Hey, our promoter, Kenny Shepard, is getting pretty impressed by where all the people are coming from. We have some people from Wyoming tuned in, Canada represented. I got
Rocky Mountain to Alberta, Canada.
I got my good friend Jeff tuned in from up there around the Portland area, and he said he was kind of having fun with what Jason Aguirre said. Hey, Jason, what are you going to do when you win this race? I'm going to Idaho. Yeah. Some people go to Disneyland. He's going to Idaho.
We had Habitat Lane, and he's in Queensland, Australia, as they push the Jay Jorgensen car off the racetrack. So they may, in fact, be out of this event. Pushing that car to the infield. Tough break for Jay Jorgensen in the zone up car. Had a pretty good run going tonight too, Jay Jorgensen at one stage.
Hey, want to say hello to Sean tuning in from Wenatchee, Washington, or as I call it, Wenatchee, because my wife is from Kashmir, so I know all about that area.
Yep.
from Wenatchee, rooting on Casey Cash.
Hey, how about the likes, Stephen? We jumped up to 195 likes.
Almost 200.
Almost 200. Yeah,
Almost
we only
200.
get that up to 200 before we go green flag race, and then see if we can work on it to get up to maybe 250 for the night. So, yeah, keep liking that. Make sure if you haven't liked it, hey, give us a like. We'd love a like there. We love your thumbs up.
Hey, we got someone from Maine tuning in. What's the weather like in Maine right now? That's what I want to know.
That is Norway. Maine, Norway, sir. Or is it Norway, Maine? One of the two. We got someone from Mandeville, Louisiana. Yes.
And someone on the comments said, great job filming by Colin, and I would agree with that.
We can give a shout out to Balico, California.
You know,
San Diego.
I do want to say that I feel bad for Colin because he had to film his cousin getting in a very big wreck down there in Turn 4 with Seth Wise, and that was the camera that we were on. So he had to film his cousin getting in a big one, but hopefully they can steer their way to Nut Up and get 20% off their nuts.
Yeah, 20% off. You go to nutup.com and type in MavTV20, and that'll get you a 20% off. Good time to do it with Easter coming down the road here. You can get some nice whole flavored nuts like up the top, or you can get the chopped nuts and the smaller packets. Nice snack size. You can put them in the kids' lunches or something like that, or just if you're around having a nice 805 beer. The Nut Up product goes well with the 805 beer.
So I was complaining a moment ago that it's getting cold out there, Andy. Well, in Maine, it's 20 degrees right now.
And we got people from
Connecticut,
Pennsylvania. Yep.
Got Connecticut on there. Kansas City. I got Aiden Kaiser. There's a good young man. He's an official down there at the Las Vegas Bull Ring, and he's rooting for Kyle Keller. So hello to the Kaisers tuning in.
Hi to the Silver family in Aptos, California, the good friends of Kenny Shepard.
I've got Lawton, Oklahoma tuned in.
Yep.
And someone said they're drunk in Connecticut. I hope it's on 805.
32 degrees in New York, they're saying. That's someone from New York. Greenville, South Carolina. Bubba Epps, hey, hello to you.
We love our chat room, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We do. Hey, Michelle, let's hope that you have enough beer to last to the end of next 56 laps.
It's 33 in Vermont, okay, and it's about 50 here, and I'm complaining. So okay, you guys have made your point. I'm just a 155-pound, when he's soaking wet, skinny little California guy, and I'm cold, okay?
Ton of
cold.
Madera.
It is 46, all right? It's not too balmy here, 46.
Ton of Madera people. We got Del McIntosh, Charlotte Lander. We got people from Owensboro, Kentucky.
All right, Outback, you got to welcome me back to the booth for Mav TV, and you'll want to do that before we get to one to go. Down on this end of the racetrack, friend.
Welcome back to round number one of the Nut Up Pro Late Models from Madera Speedway. This is round one of the 2021 championship. My booth partners rejoined me after being down trackside. Stephen Blakeslee, welcome back to the booth. Racing, Jason and Geary, and Austin Herzog. We've seen the Herzog family and the Geary family battle it out side by side here for many a year, and it's Austin Herzog. That time, Racing Jason swung up the track. He knew Austin was coming on the high side. Blocked that run from Austin Herzog.
A couple of drivers were saying they wanted to tighten their cars up. One of those was Nascimento. One of those was the 51 of Vieira. Nascimento has had a dreadful restart. He's fallen back to 8th place and maybe even more than that. Herzog hanging in there in the second spot, trying to nose underneath the Geary. There's action all over the racetrack. Oh, man, there is action going on everywhere on the front straightaway, and the battle is for the lead.
Nascimento was stopped on the racetrack, Stephen. He slowed, by the way.
All the way to the back.
Yeah, Herzog in that new Swiss Lube sponsorship. And I tell you what, he might spray out some Swiss Lube and just slip it down the inside of that 45 car of Racing Jason.
Well,
here.
you use that Swiss Lube to keep things cool, and he's trying to keep it cool inside that white and blue car. Is like we said in the interview at the halfway break, he likes to play the role of the black hat, and now he's kind of being the cool customer as he goes to the inside of Jason Aguirre in the Corbin Cash Waterford Irrigation car. A little bit of contact there in turn 3.
Yes, it is, side by side, and right behind them, knocking doors down. Here comes the 51, and Carlos, he might have to knock some doors down here shortly because these guys are trading positions back and forth here. Herzog gets the inside, and then Racing Jason drives around him. Matt Erickson has moved up to 4th, by the way, Stephen Blakeslee.
Great battling here among the top 3 cars, as good as you're going to see anywhere in the country. And it's here with still 50 to go, make it 49 to go at the line. They're quickly coming up to put a lap on the 21 of Nascimento. And you'll recall at the break, the Nascimento switched their tires around. It looks like he has something broken in the rear suspension. The left rear wheel was sticking out, and he's going to steer that car a hard left to the infield, and his race might be over with. Tough break for Eric Nascimento, and I don't know how Aguirre has held on to the lead, but he has fought off Austin Herzog.
Well, when they talked to you, they said they had some sort of suspension in the back that they had to move around. They were also moving stuff around in the suspension as well. They said that was a little bit out of alignment. They were having to realign that. So whatever it is probably broken down there. Hey, got to give a big shout out to Sheldon Cooper. Sheldon Cooper, how about it up inside the top 5? Stephen Blakeslee, Sheldon Cooper now is on the charge.
Started 14th, and he's up to 5th. And when you pass a driver like Bradley Erickson and a driver like Glenn Cook, that takes some skill. So 14th to 5th for Sheldon Cooper, 5th in the points last year. And he would like to be a few positions better here in 2021.
This is kind of the drive we've seen from Sheldon last year. The longer the race went, the better Sheldon Cooper got. And right now he drove away from Glenn Cook. You see the distance coming up here. He is driven away from Glenn Cook, Stephen.
Back to the battle for the lead. Herzog, he fell back by about 3 car lengths from Aguirre. I don't know if he was cooling his tires down or what the reasoning is, but he has clawed right back to Aguirre. And they're going to be into lapped traffic within a few laps here as we complete lap 57. Austin Herzog just ran the best lap of the entire main event for the entire field. He is going for it here with still at the line, 42 to go.
Yeah, either he's calling the tires off or calling the motor off and just drop back. They know they've kind of got that little mini break back to Carlos Vieira. Carlos kind of gets up there and then has to drop back. You kind of wonder if these cars are not getting up there and getting a little warm in the motor temperature, so maybe they have to just drop back, get out of line, and Aguirre's not able to drive away. It looks like Aguirre, when Herzog drops back, it looks like Herzog's able to come charging back, and they're in lap traffic right now.
Well, and what's also been interesting is the gap from Vieira in 3rd back to Erickson in 4th is 1.5 seconds, and Erickson has really not gained any ground on those guys in open racetrack. He's still, mired 10 car lengths behind them. They go to put a lap on both of our female drivers here, Angelina Dempsey and Olivia Mankey, who gave them plenty of room. And we stay clean and green, but they slide down the racetrack right between Vieira and Erickson. So that's a tough break for Matt Erickson there.
Yeah, it is a tough break for Matt as he charges through on the inside. You see he gets by Olivia Mankey, so he's by that particular car. Bubba Nascimento came back out on the racetrack, Stephen. He came back out and looked like he was running some pretty good lap times out there.
Yeah.
So obviously they found out what the problem was.
Yeah, he lost
that 21 car.
He lost 10 laps in the process, so he's just about out of this race. And I kind of was curious if Sheldon Cooper could run down Matt Erickson for 4th. That hasn't occurred. Looks like Glenn Cook has pulled away from the 22 of Erickson for 6th as well. And this battle for the lead has not slowed down. We'll have 35 to go at the line. And these are 2 guys that raced hard in 2019 in the club races. And those are normally 40-lap races. So with 35 to go, it's time for a club race. Aguirre versus Herzog.
Yes, it is. A club race on MAV TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen these guys, and it goes back to Austin's dad, Brian Herzog, racing with racing Jason Aguirre. So this two families have had a history of racing together a lot in Central California.
Vieira just ran his best lap of the main event and the best lap of the race for the field. And he had told us at the break the car was a little bit tight, and he's trying to figure out a way to make the bottom work and get to the leaders here as Flaggy Frank trying to help Olivia Mankey because she is under a ton of pressure. There is a line of cars behind Glenn Cook in 6th that spans all the way back to 14th running Colby Berry. And so she's got to get well clear of that 8-car battle for the 6th spot.
Yeah, she gets up the racetrack. That's a tough break. Olivia coming up from the juniors, having to get out of the way. And here we go.
Putting
right
a lap
now
on Brian Collins next, the driver out of Camino, out of the Apple Hill area.
The fast 3 on the racetrack is Jason Aguirre, Austin Herzog, and the 51 of Carlos Vieira.
30 to go. And Vieira has figured something out under this long green flag run. You don't normally think of Vieira as a long run car, right? But he has figured something out here on this run, Andy.
Yeah, Carlos has had bad luck here at Madera, and he just loved to get to the end of this, I think, tonight with a good finishing position. Carlos starting to move around the racetrack a little now, and I'm not sure with 30 laps to go. He is a little early for maybe Carlos to start to go, but I think he's getting a little impatient down there, the driver of the Knocking Doors Down, living the madness. And right now he's living the madness, and he's living life on the edge as he gets to the inside of Austin Herzog.
Lap 72, he had it by just about a nose. Lap 73, he will be in the second position. 27 to go, and he has got something figured out on the bottom. Vieira trying to go for Aguirre as they're heading into a swarm of traffic. Vieira might be able to lock Aguirre and pin him behind a lap car, and a bit of a bobble there underneath Mankey. Vieira falls back by a car length.
Yeah, Vieira had to get into the back of Aguirre. He had no option because Olivia Mankey came down, blocked Jason's run, racing Jason Aguirre, and Carlos did a good job of that, not to turn racing Jason Aguirre, but just to hit him square on. And I'm sure they'll talk about that afterwards, and Carlos will say, hey, I had no option. And I'm sure Jason's going to go, I know, that slow car came down in front of me, but thanks for not turning me. Austin Herzog now maybe dropping back into the clutches of the 42 of Matt Erickson as well.
A little bit of a gap now. They've got about 10 car lengths before they get to the next lap car, which will be Petey Soto. 23 to go, and Vieira peeking underneath Aguirre yet again. Can he make the move happen? Gets a little sideways out of 2. Aguirre gets the slingshot down the back straightaway and successfully defends, and we get a caution, and it involves a couple of our lapped cars, the 02 of Brian Collins, the 5 of Olivia Mankey. We get a breather after Carlos Vieira had a tremendous long run going. That goes out the window. 23 to go for Jason Aguirre for $5,000 on the line. They'll duke it out to the finish, and we return here on MAV TV. Well, Vieira had a great long run car, and that goes all by the wayside because we get a caution here, and we'll see who comes out on top. Again, the catbird seed consistently has been Austin Herzog, and he'll restart third yet again inside row 2.
Yes, he will, and we haven't talked about this tonight. Tire cycling, Stephen Blakesley. These Hoosier 970 Trotter tires. Depends how long we go yellow here. It's a cool night out there. The temperature's starting to drop here at Madera tonight, and the tires are going to cool down as we start to run around. The track is not going to be hot, so these tires will start to cool down. The question is, when we go back to green, whose tires will cycle back? You may have a junk set of tires that suddenly they've cooled down, they cycle back good. You might have a good set of tires that don't quite come back. So it'll be question mark on tire cycling, and the question mark is, can Carlos Vieira get it done on the outside? And I presume that's where Austin Herzog is going to put him for the restart.
So getting ready to go here, 23 to go. I want to thank our friends at Nut Up for the Nut Up Pro Late Model Series. And this has been quite a contrast to our Junior Late Model race earlier here in our Short Track TV live stream, as we've still got 20 cars. In fact, Bubba Nascimento is still out there, so we still have 21 cars running. The only drivers that have fallen by the wayside, Jay Juleson with that issue with the radiator hose. The 87 of Seth Wise, the 48 of Cody Kimley, who had that hard crash on lap 10. And now it looks like the 18 of Jaden Walbridge has come to the pits, and hopefully they can sort out whatever was wrong there. He surrenders a 12th place on the racetrack.
They might have a tire down, Stephen. They may have a tire down on that car. Hey, I'm looking at the list down here. Drivers that are just inside the top 10. Kyle Keller, Kyle started a ways back in, started 11th, so he's in 10th.
So let's take a look at the whole rundown while we can. It's Aguirre, Vieira, Austin Herzog, Matt Erickson, Sheldon Cooper, then Glenn Cook, Bradley Erickson, Tyler Herzog, Cade McClenny, Kyle Keller, your top 10.
Yeah, just outside the top 10 is Jason Gilbert, Jaden Walbridge, Howard Holden, Colby Potts, Colby Berry, Rick Thompson, Pete Soto, Brian Collins, Angelina Dempsey, Olivia Mankey, Bubba Nascimento, Jay Jolson, Seth Wise, and Cody Camille. 3 of those cars are out of the event. Johnson, Wise, and Kimley.
Great shot from Matt down there, who he's going to take Zach's job if he's not careful, because he's done a really good job. He's done really well, I have to say. It's going to be a little battle bots between Matt and Zach here, but great look there. They're trying to figure out what's wrong with that automobile, and nothing real obviously apparent from that. And we're going to go back to racing here at the stripe. I'll bring him back for MAV TV here. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. The Nut Up Pro Late Models. 23 laps remain for racing Jason Aguirre. Trying to fend off some of the toughest drivers in the West, including Carlos Vieira, Austin Herzog, and Matt Erickson. Sheldon Cooper rounds out the Fast and Furious top 5. They set a quick pace back to the green. Fearless Frank likes what he sees. Good start for racing Jason.
Yes, it was a good start for racing Jason, but has Carlos found something up there? He said in his interview to you, Stephen, he's not given up on the high line, and he's prepared to go up there and see how it is. Jason Aguirre trying to make this super wide.
Oh, he leads it. Vieira took the lead on the outside on lap 78. And now the question is, can the 45 answer back?
And the big question, too, Matt Erickson's in the picture now. Matt fighting it out. We know Matt normally has a good long-run car. He said he didn't know if he had anything for Aguirre. Well, he's to the outside of Aguirre now.
Oh, my goodness. Vieira tried to clear himself on Aguirre. It caused contact, backed everybody up. Here comes Herzog on the bottom, 3 wide. Vieira holds on to the lead. Matt Erickson up to second round the outside.
Yeah, Sheldon Cooper now fighting it out with Jason Aguirre. Jason just got bundled out of that battle. That was incredible, but it is Carlos Vieira at the line, and Matt Erickson now charged his way to second in his return to racing on MAV TV.
Where did the outside come from? We had not seen the outside the whole race. Vieira does it, and then Erickson does it. Now, Matt Erickson, no excuses here. 18 to go. He's got a shot at Carlos Vieira. Can he win this race?
Well, he said, I don't know if I got anything for the 45. Well, the 45 was behind him. Has he got anything for the 51? Time will tell here for Matt Erickson. And still a good run going for Austin Herzog. Strong all night. Has hung around the top 3 all night long, Stephen Blakesley.
I think you're getting a preview of our championship battle here among these top 5. And if this is how it plays out, I cannot wait for 2021, because this is a lot of good personalities, a lot of good drivers, and great action. And with 16 to go, Carlos Vieira trying to savor a MAV TV victory with 2 of the winningest MAV TV drivers hot on his heels.
I tell you what, if you thought the action was hot up front, I can tell race fans off screen the battle from about 5th place back to about 16th place, Stephen Blakesley. They are going gangbusters back there, and it is competitive racing. Look at this. You see them all in the line here. And we got some names that are coming from the back towards the front.
Yeah, great battle going on between Glenn Cook and Tyler Herzog for the 6th spot. And really, Glenn Cook has started 12th, but he has hung around 5th or 6th this entire main event. As far as the one ride, he's done a great job as well, coming from the 5th position on the grid. and they are side by side for 6th.
Yeah, Tyler Herzog has some damage to the left-hand rear of that car, and he is starting to wind things up here now, starting to charge hard. Made his way to 7th on the racetrack. Look at this pack of late models. Still a lot of cars on the racetrack. Like we said, right now we have 21 of our 24 starters still on the racetrack.
Oh, and right as you say that, we jinxed it a bit.
Yeah,
as we
Pete
got on
Soto.
our speed shot there, Pete Soto was trying to go up the inside of Rick Thompson. The hole closed, and around he goes. And now we set up an 11-lap run to the finish. Vieira, Erickson, and the 11 of Herzog, 45 of Geary. They're going to duke it out for $5,000 when we come back here from Madera Racing on MAV TV. Well, I know I keep saying this over and over, Andy, but I love starting third. And if I'm Austin Herzog, 11s are wild. Car 11, 11 to go, starting third. He would love for Vieira and Erickson to make a mistake in front of him and try to get himself back to the top of the podium here at Madera.
Hey, Jason Galvin just signing in, one of our normal pit reporters, Victory Lane reporters. He's been in Gainesville today with some drag racing. He said, we did enough flipping of cars. Hopefully it won't happen at Madera. So how old are these drivers? Well, these drivers started probably about 15 years onwards, Stephen.
I think Galvin's right. 15 to the 60s.
Yep.
And,
good work, Jason Galvin.
Peter commented and said, very few cars are being lapped. He said nobody's being lapped. Well, let's talk about that. There will be a free pass on this. And with the free pass, I think we'll be at 17 lead lap cars after 89 laps of green flag racing. That's pretty fun. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I want to thank our friends at NutUp once again. NutUp.com, MAVTV20, all capitals, 20% off all those awesome products grown in the Central Valley of California under the sunshine of the California sun.
And they are the reason we're able to provide these free live streams for you while you're all stuck at home due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And, you know, we did all those pace laps in honor of Pat Patnaud, Anthony Simone, Murray Walker. But I do got to say that we have a lot of people in our circle here at Madera that have been touched by the coronavirus, whether they're frontline workers, such as Kristen Galvin, which is Jason's wife, such as those we've lost or have been ill due to that. I want to send my thoughts and prayers to the publicist for the BCRA, Kevin Triplett, who is having the fight of his life, and it's been going on for about a month, and he's still fighting it. So our best wishes are to Kevin Triplett. So this has just been a challenging year, and everything that has been wrong has gone wrong, but one thing feels right, and that's being here at Madera with all of you on YouTube and seeing drivers like Carlos Vieira and Matt Erickson on the racetrack. This is what we live for, Andy, and it has really made a tough year feel a lot better.
Ashley, Matt's sister, just popped up on the YouTube. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. 11 laps remaining tonight. $5,000 check on the line from our friends at NutUp. And who will win this thing? It's Carlos Vieira up front with the most winningest driver in the history of late models at Madera Speedway. That is Matt Erickson. You run to row number 2. Austin Herzog and racing Jason Aguirre. And we've turned them loose with a great start, Stephen.
Great start, and not a very good start for the 45 of Aguirre, and that will favor the top 3 as they've got plenty of racing room side by side. Can Erickson make the top work? So far, not yet. Vieira leads this one with 10 to go is the signal from Fearless Frank Maybe.
Yeah, Fearless Frank hanging both hands out, letting them know 10 to go. Carlos Vieira, it's been tough for Carlos. He's been in winning positions before here at Madera, and unfortunately he had incidents happen. Hopefully tonight it'll be incident-free for Live the Madness driver. That time Matt Erickson goes up the racetrack, and here comes Herzog. But Matt able to get it done out of turn number 2 and hang with Herzog.
Maybe a preview of our championship battle here in 2021. Herzog on the bottom, Erickson on the top. Still the 45 of Aguirre. Nice move behind them. The 1 of Tyler Herzog went around the outside to take 5th. And that's your new top 5. Erickson fended off Herzog and has time on his side with 7 laps remaining.
Yeah, Matt Erickson, I'm not sure when Matt's going to pull the pin here. We really don't know what Matt has because he was worried about the 45 being the faster car. He didn't know if he had the speed. The question is, does he have the speed for the 51? But don't count Matt Erickson out of this. We know Matt's going to try and work on all of his experience, all of his racing at Madera to try and bring this car home in the best position he can. 5 to go of Madera now. 5 laps. We're inside the last 2 miles. Stephen Lacey.
A quick salute to the 05 with 5 to go. Cade McClenny from 20th to 9th. That's your biggest mover of the race, most likely. 4 to go. We get a caution. And it's the 5 of Mankey for yet another spin for her. And that's going to bring everything back together with 5 laps remaining here at Madera Speedway. 5 to go for 5 large. We return here on MAV TV. Well, we were just talking about the 05 of Cade McClenny with 5 to go has gone 20th to 9th. And then the other 5, Olivia Mankey has to spin out with 5 to go.
And we have $5,000 on the line.
So if there's anything you can bet on that involves 5s over there at Black Oak, I'll go in $5 with you and I'll help you.
Well, Carlos Vieira's got 5 on the car. If that helps, he's got 5-1 on there. So the veteran racer, I guess you could call Carlos Vieira, doesn't do a lot of the late model racing, more a super late model racer, Carlos Vieira.
Well, I want to say hello to Paul Hilliard. He says, cameraman Matt is my brother. Well,
Right.
your brother is kicking butt on the camera.
Doing a great job, too.
Paul, where are you from? Paul, where are you from?
Justin Dukes is down there as well. Sarah says, been listening to you and Stephen and Outback announce since Altamont days. Well, yes, we announced together in the 2007-2008 season.
And I think you were a little bit 06 as well.
Yes, a little bit of 06.
It's a throwback because Kenny was there. Matt Erickson was there. Well, of course, Carlos Vieira started his late model career there.
Cook.
Yeah, Glenn Cook. It feels like home. Jason Gilbert being here. Of course, we talked about Colby Potts was one of the original junior late models.
Greg Potts would have been racing there at the time, too.
So this feels right being here.
Yeah.
Hey, how's the corn in Iowa? To Dennis. Is the corn popping up in rows? So we want to know. Follow the corn, says Sean Buckley when he makes his videos back there. Follow the corn.
We got someone from Christchurch, New Zealand. Hi, Brian Tonkin. Glad to have you along. Glad you found the broadcast here at Madera Speedway. And let's hope you didn't get too much damage from earthquakes over there recently.
Yeah, and that's an area that has done a pretty good job kind of getting everything under control on the virus. So want to give a little tip of the hat to the efforts of everyone.
Sarah
in
is
New Jersey.
Jim Earl's sister, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Jim Earl.
Caught up with Jim Earl. Bumped into him actually at the St. Martin Oakdale a few weeks
number
ago.
75 in the American Limited Stock Cars.
Yeah, I think he's going to be doing a little racing maybe this year, Jim Earl. Okay, so Matt Erickson is going to be put, I believe, to the outside of Carlos Vieira. This must be tough for Carlos. He has to put Matt to the outside, and he knows how good Matt is on the outside. We used to talk about the Matt Erickson outside line, and Carlos down there blocking that run from Austin Herzog. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. Round number 1 of 9 for 2021. $5,000 on the line. Stephen Blakesy, and we have 5 laps to get it done. So let's see. And the car leading right now has a 5 on the side of it and a 1 behind it. So maybe he thinks it's the $5,000 in the number 1 position as we turn him loose from Flaggy Frank. Wow, Matt Erickson gets a great restart. Can he get the slingshot out of turn number 2? Yes, he does.
Matt Erickson gets the run. He's going to get ahead of the 51 of Vieira. They all make it through 3 and 4. Boy, it's close at the line. At the stripe, it's Erickson in car 42 by 42 1,000.
Matt got loose down in turns 1 and 2. A lesser driver would have been around. Matt got up there maybe a little bit too far up there. That car's starting to get a little squirrely from Matt Erickson.
Oh, he
now
gives
he
it
falls
away.
into the clutches of the 11. Let's see what Matt can do out of turn number 2. Gets that slingshot, gets about half a car length on the 11 of Herzog.
We're coming up on 2 laps to go for Carlos Vieira. Erickson led that lap on lap 96, but gave away lap 97. 2 laps remaining here in the season opener for $5,000. The drivers who started together on row 5 battling for second. Look at Herzog sideways. He spins, but they threw the white flag. We will stay green. We threw the white flag. Vieira's got one more set of corners to go for $5,000 to win.
$5,000 on the line. And a huge lead for Carlos Vieira. He'll bring it out of turn number 4. And Madera Speedway, $5,000 to win for Carlos Vieira. Gets it done. We got a big crash down in turn number 4 at the end of the race.
And
Tyler Herzog gets second.
2 of our top 5 coming to the white flag didn't make it back. You'll give us our top 5.
Yes, I will. It's Carlos Vieira, Tyler Herzog, Matt Erickson, Jason Aguirre, and Cabe McClenny. How about this? The junior racer driving from 20th position to the top 5. He will be the hard charger tonight, I believe, at Madera Speedway. Congratulations to the McClenny family. Great night going for them tonight with Cal having a win. And, wow, in the juniors. And a 5th place to Kay McClenny. Great night's work for the McClenny family. How about that to all the fans on YouTube? Race fans, when we return, Stephen Blakeslee will be down trackside with the top 5 finishers tonight. Well, Carlos Vieira has been snake bitten here at Madera before. Not tonight. Knocking doors down. Well, he's knocked down that win, and I think this is going to be a very excited Carlos Vieira tonight. And how about the 1? It's a different Herzog than we thought it would be. Tyler Herzog drives in the 2nd position. Matt Erickson 3rd. They are the podium positions tonight as we send Dave Sabota, Stephen Blakeslee down there. An incredible race tonight at Madera Speedway. $5,000 winner. 9 rounds for the season. Round 1 is in the books, race fans. Make sure you stay online and watch our Victory Lane celebrations. And keep your eye on Short Track TV on YouTube. Also, racemadera.com and Madera Speedway on the Facebook, and we'll be back next week with another live stream. But stay with us. We're far from done tonight. Just waiting for Stephen Blakeslee to get set down there. Welcome back, race fans, for an exciting 100-lap, $5,000 to the winner tonight. And Stephen Blakeslee is down in Victory Lane with an excited $5,000 winner.
Carlos Vieira into Victory Lane here at Madera Speedway for $5,000 in round number 1 of the Nut Up Pro Late Models. What does this mean to get this victory? I can tell the emotion, a big smile underneath the mask there. This is a big one for you guys.
It feels great. It feels great. I want to thank, Camel Motorsports, man. The car's been good all weekend. Man, I just had a gregreat time tonight. Really, all these guys raced hard, and it's fun. A lot of fun. Madera Speedway always puts on a good show. I have a whole bunch of friends and family here today, so it's a good day to win.
You guys gave Erickson the top there on that last restart. Were you at all nervous that he might get you there on the top?
I felt pretty confident with the car. I had a line down, down below that felt pretty solid, and no, I wasn't too worried. I felt pretty good about it.
And getting your first big marquee win here at Madera, $5,000. I know you've won one of these for a long time.
Yeah, we came close many times, so it's finally nice to get one.
Finally nice to get one for Carlos Vieira, $5,000 here in the season opener.
Thank you, Stephen Blakeslee. I'm very excited. Carlos Vieira down there. Second place tonight was Tyler Herzog, Matt Erickson, Jason Aguirre, Cade McClenny in the top 5, Glenn Cook, Colby Potts, Jason Gilbert, Kyle Keller in 9th, Howard Holden 10th. Then you go outside the top 10, Colby Berry, Bradley Erickson, Rick Thompson, Jaden Warbridge, Angelina Dempsey, Austin Herzog, Pete Soto, Sheldon Cooper, Brian Collins, Olivia Mankey in 20th. 21st, Bubba Nascimento, Jay Jorlinson, Seth Wise, and Cody Kimberly. Unfortunately not finishing the event tonight. And Stephen Blakeslee is down trackside now with second place, but it's a different Herzog than we expected to be in victory lane.
Well, Tyler Herzog, you're in second place. You were hanging around the top 5 most of this race, but it must feel great to emerge from all that in second.
Yeah, I just have to thank my sponsors, Crown Homes, Herzog Roofing, Van Dorn Race and Development, Weir's Racing Products, and PFC Brakes. Couldn't do it without them. I'm just blessed in so many ways. I got a great team behind me. I got a great car behind me, and hopefully we can improve.
You had that big run of the short track shootout where you came from 26th and got into the top 5, and then it didn't end so well. So what does it mean to start out the year with a great finish?
Yeah, it feels great to come from the back, and like I said, I'm blessed, and God blesses me every day, and just can't do it without my team and my sponsors.
Big team effort for these guys. 100 laps later, second place for Tyler Herzog.
Yeah, great run tonight for Tyler Herzog. Indeed, we hope to see this young guy with us all year long. Third place went tonight to the driver making a comeback after sitting out most of 2020. It's good to see him back, and he is down with Stephen Blakeslee. Our third place car tonight is Matt Erickson.
Well, Matt Erickson came from the 5th row, challenged for the win, comes out in 3rd. You were on the outside on that last restart. How good were you feeling from that position, and how do you feel coming home in 3rd?
If I probably wouldn't have screwed up going on, it would have been probably a side-by-side finish with Carlos there, but I got loose going into 1. That's when I fell back, and then I was racing Austin side-by-side, got punted by someone behind, and then it was just hang on at that point. But I guess Austin went a little too hot there towards the end, spun out. I was just hoping he wouldn't back into me, take me out, but Tyler got around me. Congrats to those two up there, Tyler and Carlos. And I think we found something, so I hope we'll come back and hopefully get a win out of this thing. It's good to be back on the podium after a 2-year miss on it. So let's see if I remember where Tech is.
He's got to remember where Tech is. He's back onto the podium for Matt Erickson here at Madera.
Well, Stephen, a fine night of racing tonight. Carlos Vieira finally getting the win at Madera Speedway in the late models. Tyler Herzog 2nd and Matt Erickson 3rd. From all of our production crew at Madera Speedway and all that helps out here at Madera Speedway, our director, Kenny Shepard, my booth partner, Stephen Blakeslee, I'm Outback Andy. We'll see you back on MAV TV soon for round number 2 of the Nutter Pro Late Models on MAV TV. Yeah, Carlos Vieira down there. What a great job by Carlos Vieira. Has done tonight in the number 1 car. And he's got some of the stuff from 5150 down there. So good to see Carlos with that awesome coaching. Well, race ends, that wraps up our YouTube presentation. We'll see you back next time. Kenny Shepard is here for the Dutch status of the line here. Yeah, for everybody out there who's get back to go to what a fun one of these big money events, and good to see Carlos has done a great job supporting this Speedway and our series for a number of years, and good to see the sportsmanship of Matt going down there. They ran wheel to wheel very, very clean tonight.
All right,
Well,
they've heard enough of you out back, Andy. You did a great job tonight. Stephen did a great job. Now it's my turn to finally talk.
We can bring Kenny
I
Shepard
want to
in.
get in and just say hi and thank you to everybody that joined us on Short
Maybe
Track
you should
TV.
put yourself on camera, too.
Let's see here. See, we're pretty dark in here. Let's see. Maybe. Hold on. I'll be right back. That camera is actually a little bit on the fuzzy side, but let's see what we can do here. Maybe we can do something. There we are. All right.
Yep.
I'll jump over here. Man, you guys got all kinds of stuff in here. What's going on? I'm stuck clear over on this other side, but anyway, thank you guys for joining us. Short Track TV, Pam Silva, I saw you on there. It was so cool to watch everyone from all over the place tuning in. I was getting sidetracked with this. We're producing the MAV TV show, so we've got half going one way, and then we're doing some other stuff for the live stream. So I just wanted to jump on and say hi. Good job out back, Andy, Steven. You guys did an excellent job tonight. What a great night of racing in that late model. How it just shows off the quality of racing in the Pro Late Model Series, does it not? That was just hammered down. That made me want to steering wheel and go out there and jump and go. That was so cool.
Yeah, there was a lot of give and take out there, too, tonight, Kenny. We've seen, especially in the Pro Late Models tonight, we saw drivers that drove down, drove across the nose of other cars, and they backed out of it and let that car get straightened up, and that just made for a great race tonight.
Yes, it's the old Kenny Shepard gray hair now, whoever was asking. So I just thought I'd jump on and say hi and thank you guys for watching. And the 5150 Junior Late Model Series night, off to a rough start, no doubt. Fantastic finish, but we've seen that all the way back. There's so many new drivers. So for those of you watching, be patient. You're going to see some of the best driving you've ever seen in that 5150 Junior Late Model Series. We will watch them develop a year every race, it seems like. The talent level is just enormous. So it was a great finish, rough start. They'll come around. We'll rub them on the back, coach them a little bit, and guide them the right way. But what a fantastic race, fantastic finish. Again, just wanted to say thank you. What a fun time.
Yeah, it was a fun night of racing, and we can't wait for round number 2. Just quickly, Kenny, next week we're going to do this all over again, you and me.
Short Track TV again. We're doing every single race. We'll miss Steven. He's off working somewhere else, but that's the busiest man. You're not. Uh-oh, we might have to bring Steven down. All right, let's have some more fun again. We'll bring Steven in. We're doing a lot of live content this year. So, and the cool thing is, even after, and I saw some fans saying, I hope we keep the message board going. There's quite a community going on there. So I'm sure Rod Carsey, he's going to officiate. I saw him. He knew that water better than you guys did, by the way. No. But we'll have Rod. He can be our lead guy, I guess, on that. And so the cool thing is, even after our fans come back in April, we're keeping the live streams. This is another audience. We love this. We're keeping this live stream going. We're putting a lot of effort, a lot of money into it. Let's see. We got somebody rolling around the track there. What a job by Tyler Herzog. Where in the world did he come from, Steven? Just out of nowhere again.
A long way back.
Short track shootout. He almost won that thing, except for a flat tire. Came from way back.
Kenny, I'm going to give you this one, too. Right. Starting out 20 tonight, Cade McClenny with a top 5 tonight from position 20.
And what does little brother do?
His brother took a win.
Wow, the underdogs.
Mum came and gave me a big hug down there when I was walking to the bathroom between the two races. And she said, look, Cabe's never got the win before, and Cale was the first one to get the win. They're ecstatic, that family. Low-budget race team, a win and a 5th tonight.
Well, and it's, that speaks volumes to what we try and do here. We talk about the underdogs. We've done a documentary on MAV TV, and the McClenny boys were in that underdogs documentary. But what we do here, it's a budget tire. You talk about the control tire, you nicknamed it. We've got a 602 crate combination versus the big giant horsepower. You can go either way. And it's an opportunity for people, if you're really talented, you don't have to have a giant checkbook to come here and show off your talent on MAV TV, now on Short Track TV. So, again, I just wanted to take a minute. Sorry about this grainy camera. We just stuck one up here to kind of get the guys to say hi, to show Steven and Andy. We'll have a cool camera here next week. But, again, just wanted to say hi. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining Short Track TV. It makes it a lot of fun, and we'll keep these things for free. Remember, support the brands that support our sport.
Yep, Mission Foods, Nut Up, and, of course, 5150.
Absolutely. All three of those, buy their products, support their products. And what you really want to do now is that MAV TV 20 code at Nut Up.
Yep.
They're helping us keep these live streams for free, and we really need to get some products sold for them. So please hit that nutup.com. You can actually go to Amazon, get it on Amazon Prime as well.
Yep.
So if you go to nutup.com, you can use that MAV TV 20, get 20% off. And I think it's time for us to sign off because we've got about, believe it or not, boy, those pros. Look at that, Andy. 9:35.
Yep.
Took the juniors about 4 hours to get it in. I'm exaggerating, but I think what an excellent, high-quality night of racing from the pros. But like I was getting ready to say, we've got about 3.5, 4 hours of tear down on all this equipment. And appreciate what you and Steven do. All you fans, thank you for watching. You make it a lot of fun. Can't wait to have our fans back April 1st. I can't wait. It'd be so cool, won't it, Andy?
It will be, and like Kenny said, we'll continue this after we bring the fans back, because we know we've built a fan base out there that loves to see this, and we have racers that have family out of state and out of country, and we just want to bring this to people that enjoy racing.
It fires me up. Like I said, I'm over here. I don't have an audio guy tonight, so I was running everything on this side pretty much, running audio, switching, all that stuff. And I'm sidetracked. I'm over here watching the conversation. I see Pam Silva. I see Rod. I see people from Iowa, from Nebraska, from all over. Angela, she's probably about a third mile away, something like that. But you see people from all over. So that fires me up. So I'm really excited.
We had them from Australia, Canada.
Yep.
We had them from all over the place. New Zealand tonight.
We'll keep putting a lot of effort into these live streams. And again, Short Track TV will keep going even after we have the fans here. We'll keep this community going. So thank you for watching. Time for us to sign off. Angela, I know you guys, probably my favorite beer. I'm sure you're drinking an Ultra. We've got 805. We've got a big announcement, 805, coming on board in a major way coming up. So support Michelob Ultra and 805 as well.
Certainly so. And remember, next week, keep looking at the Madera Speedway Facebook page, or go to racemadera.com. And especially on here, make sure you like the page, subscribe to the page. We got to 249. We just missed the 250. So someone else out there, before we go, we want to get one more like. Can someone give us a quick like here?
Well, you guys got to help Andy. Andy's paid on commission on likes. Nobody knows that. So, all right, we better get out of here and get all this stuff put away.
We need one more, Kenny. We need to get up to the...
there it is. Now we can sign off. Yep. 250. It just clicked.
Yep.
That's like watching my E-Trade account, like the stock.
Also, Davey Munoz.
Cool, yeah.
Hello, Davey Munoz, too. Davey Munoz was on there. We love you, Davey.
Munoz. Yeah, Mr. Proud to be an American. From Wyoming. See, I'll stay here and stare at this all night. Angela, have my Ultras. That's not fair. Pam Silva, tell your wife happy birthday. Uh-oh, thanks, Pam, I forgot. Been busy all day. Kylie's yesterday.
Matt Erickson's sister, Ashley, was on there.
Scott, thanks, Madera Speedway. I can sit here and hang out and read this all night. Stephen Blakesley's got a story to write, all this cool stuff to get it. He's saying, cut it, boys, let's go. He sounds like what I normally do. All right, time to sign off. Thank you, guys. We love you. Can't wait to see our fans back out here, and we'll see you next week. By the way, go to Short Track TV, hit the like button, hit the reminder. Next week's link's already up for the club race. So It'll be late models again. It'll be a lot of fun. Good night, everybody.
Keep seeing us on Facebook.
All right. Have a good night. Good night.